Oh, yes, oh, yes, oh, yes. This meeting of Washington County Board of Commissioners is now in session pursuant to adjournment. Honorable Chairman Greg Matherly is presiding. Come to order, remain standing.
Thank you, Sheriff. The first order of business this evening is our prayer, led by Commissioner Carter. The pledge will be led by Commissioner Huffman.
You bow your head and chant. Let's pray. Father God, as we begin this month's commission meeting, we ask for your guidance and wisdom in all our discussions and our decisions. As your Father tells us to trust in you and not lean on our understanding. And in James, you remind us to listen closely, to speak with kindness, and to remain patient. During our decisions, help us to remember that we do not deal in absolute, but in complex human situations. Grant us wisdom to discern the best courses of action, keeping in mind the needs of those that we serve and the greater good of our community. Most of all, Father, thank you for the hope in our future and the joy we experience each day. In Jesus' name, amen.
Let us honor America.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Nothing.
Don't take that the wrong way. We want you here, even though it doesn't say you're pregnant. Oh, it says you're active. You're present in our hearts. Appreciate it. Just a second. Let's start over. Yeah. What? Yeah, I'll have yeah, but I had to get the four out of them.
Injustice for eating. I mean,
Yeah. I got some cracks in the bottom. Oh, there you go.
Real good.
Well, of course, when I made my prediction, I didn't.
His email, yeah, see, your copy. Is that right? It's not going. Oh, it's not going. There we go. These want this, put on the screen. Mayor.
Check. All right, we do that. Commissioner Huffine, can you hear that?
Just. Not anymore.
Well, we appreciate somebody being here. All right, we'll go ahead and get started. Clerk, if you'll place this on the roll call screen again. I think we have 15 present.
Josh is still.
Oh, you're still populating, Commissioner Committee. All right,
I had no idea.
We have,
yes.
we still have one.
Still don't have.
Commissioner Edens.
Oh!
Commissioner Evans. All right, now we do have 15 present, 0 absent. You do have your agenda in front of you this evening. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda? Motion by Commissioner Tucker, second by Commissioner Jones to approve the agenda. All in favor of that motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, the agenda is approved. We'll move straight on into public comment. I will explain a little bit about public comment this evening. Several of you have signed up to speak during rezoning on public comment. Usually we have a separate public hearing for that, and we will tonight. So if you signed up for public hearing tonight
Mr. Edens is still not on.
for a rezoning, you'll speak during the public hearing, which is immediately
Laptop.
following public comment.
To Mr. Edens.
And you'll speak whether you are for or against the rezoning. So we will do that immediately following public comment. We have several folks that signed up to speak on our public comment. We had 5 sign up this evening to speak to public comment.
You're Commission 4, right? Yes.
You'll be given 3 minutes to address the board regarding agenda items. Comments will be limited to items on the meeting's agenda. So our first speaker this evening is Angie Coleman. If you'll come forward, Angie. Give your address to the clerk, podium. No, I'm sorry. It looks like a C to me. If you'll come on up here to the podium, Angie.
Angie Lehman, 4301 Sheridan Road, Jonesboro.
All right. Let me go ahead and get ready to start your time here so we don't want to cheat you for sure. I was trying to turn that microphone on, Sherry. Okay, good.
Could you do a mic check for us? Just say something.
Mic check.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, let me get over here to the time now, Angie, and we'll be in good shape. Okay, we're ready.
We were here, or I'm here to speak to the proposed standards for the venues in Washington County. It's my understanding that they're written very narrowly and very specific. And as a venue owner in Washington County, we just wanted to make sure that we were indeed exempt from the standards as they are written, as they are not very conducive to the business that we have in place currently. if standards are needed, I would like to ask that they be inclusive of existing businesses and taken into, that they take into account some of the other businesses that are already in place and generating tax dollars for the county. The way they are written, it's rare that we would have an event that would end before 8 or 9 p.m. And it's also rare, well, never would we have a list of attendees at an event at our venue. We have contracts with our customers, and they are in charge of inviting people to their event and keep track of that. We have nothing to do with that whatsoever. So we just wanted to go on record as saying that and sharing.
All right. Thank you very much, Angel. Don Lemon? Don, I didn't mess your name up since Angie got me straightened out there the first time, so.
Don Lemon, 4301 Cherokee Road. Is there anything else?
No, that's all.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I'll just concur with my wife that we would want to be grandfathered in if there's any new law that's going to prohibit us from running our business the way we've been running it. I don't know what else to add to that.
All right. Thank you very much, Don. We appreciate you coming, Don. All right, our next speaker is Sylvian Bruni.
All right, Sylvan Bruni at 166 Garland Way in Johnson City. So I'm here to speak on the resolution 240406, which is the nomination for the JWA Tax Increment Advisory Board. As you have seen from my application to this board in your packets on page 65, I'm very interested in contributing to this board. Professionally, I'm an aerospace and defense engineer working here remotely for a company based in Boston. And in that capacity, I have a long history of writing and reviewing grants, particularly for government entities, as well as contracts, doing that both individually and in teams. So I consider myself an engaged citizen. I attend all of these meetings every month and follow what's happening in this body and in the area, particularly when it comes to tax matters. So if possible, I would like to contribute my skills to this very important board, and I'm available to answer any question you may have. And thank you very much for your time and opening those opportunities for citizens.
Thank you very much. All right, our next speaker is James Reeves. James?
James Reeves, 125 Cindy Ann Drive, Gray, Tennessee. It's amazing how things can happen so fast in this county. There's going to be people making money. I'm here to talk initially about the city building and how the current owners have already, there was some talk about Johnson City School. They went to Washington County, maybe they'll buy it, and now we're going to put a library. And I'm from Gray. I've spent very little time at the Gray Library. In fact, that's where I collected signatures for the wheel tax many years ago, so I know exactly where it's at. Part of the problem with the property is it's literally going to be in the middle of Johnson City eventually. On top of the fact that we're going to pay upwards of 60% more than somebody just bought per square foot back in January. Thursday, you're going to have a budget meeting, and I'm assuming they're going to want to raise taxes. Well, we're going to borrow $7 million to do this library, which simple math, I'm figuring a penny's going to be somewhere between $450,000 $500,000 now. So that's going to add $1.50 or 2 cents to the property tax. I'll find it somewhere. So I think this should be tabled at a minimum until, I mean, they got a contract till July 22nd. I know we got to issue bonds and that money's got to come from somewhere. I don't think it's a good idea to do this at all, not county offices that eventually is gonna be, it's already in the middle of the city, it's already city property, for goodness sake. I'm not gonna go into that one, that's just me. I've been tasked, with something that I didn't wanna do, but I've been working on it, and I wanna give everybody an update. They asked me, several times, well, how did they move the votes in the machine? Not a lot of people described my numbers. No, and I could prove, if anybody wants to sit down, that, our good mayor has been voted in every time by the machine. Okay? Our current machines that you're using is made in Taiwan.
Point of order, Chairman, is this item on the agenda?
And as far as, what he signed up to speak about,
We're good.
thank you, James. We appreciate you. All right, our next item is, our next person to speak is Brittany Reed. Brittany, if you'll come forward, please. Hello, Brittany. Good.
I'm not a public speaker, so I have some notes, I hope that's okay. Hello, my name is Brittany Reed. I'm speaking for myself and my husband, Vince Custody. We own Nom Creek Meadows venue that's in Boones Creek. We are here before you today to request a text amendment that would allow our venue to continue to operate as a micro wedding venue and small venue space. We do not want to hinder other pre-existing venues and spaces. We are simply asking to have an addition to our current zoning. My husband and I have both served our communities. He was a police officer for Johnson City, myself, 911 dispatcher. So we are fully involved in keeping our community and growing our town. In 2023, we held over 220 events. In 2024, we are booked this space for 36 birthdays, 16 small weddings, 23 baby showers, and 50 other events for our local communities this far. We believe the venue aligns with our county's growth, community development, and economically friendly to our people. It also brings revenue and visitors from out of state and out of town to explore our beautiful area. We are committed to being responsible property owners. We have got with our local zoning community to put plans in place to work forward to have our venue be able to work in the future. We are proud to be a member of the area. Thank you for allowing us the right to speak here today, and hope that we can find something that works for all of us.
All right. Thank you very much, Brittany. Did you say that you were speaking for your husband as well?
Yeah, he's gonna hide out in the back, but he's here.
Okay, I was just making sure.
I'm just messing with you.
Did he sign up to speak? Is that?
I signed his name.
Oh, okay. Well, that never happens here. I just, but,
Right? Thank you.
yeah, I mean, hey, it's good.
I mean, he can come up here.
No, I just want to make sure before I called his name. Elise Ellison?
Yes, she is here.
Okay, Elise, if you'll come up and, there's nobody. 3 people have great handwriting, in a row. I mean, there's no way.
Hi, Elise Ellison, 3220 Nom Creek Road, Johnson City. Mine's more of a little bit of a passionate follow-up from Brittany, but I'm the venue manager for Nom Creek Meadows, and I have been since we started operations back in 2021. And so what I've gained from Nom Creek Meadows is it's provided me and my family lots of memories, because I've had both of my son's baby showers there, both their birthday parties. We actually live on site at Nom Creek Meadows. We rent from Brittany and Vince, so it's provided a home for me and my family. And I've been able to stay at home and with my kids, so that's been incredible. But aside from helping me and changing my life, we help provide a space for multiple families and people of the community to have gender reveals for people who have struggled with infertility. We've had We provided a safe and comfortable space for friends and family to celebrate the life of a lost loved one. A lot of businesses in the area rely on us at the holiday season to provide a space for corporate events. And most importantly, we play the biggest role in providing the space for a couple to come together and celebrate their marriage. With this being said, I believe it would be an absolute disservice for the community to cease operations at Knob Creek Meadows. And so for that reason, we are for the rezoning. But yeah, thank you all for your time.
Thank you very much, Lisa. All right, that will conclude our public comment period, and we will move directly into recess for public hearing. And we will be taking these by resolution or by resolution. So our first one we'll consider this evening is a parcel of property in the 7th Civil District, presently owned by Howells Holdings. Is there anyone here to speak in favor of that rezoning? If you'll come forward, sir, to the podium and give your name and address to the clerk.
My name is Steve Chester, and the address is block 1 through 4, Double Springs Road, currently. Is that good enough?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's good.
So I passed out a flyer just so everyone could have one to see what I'm doing. I own a company called the Lee Creek Log and Timber Homes, and we specialize in a product that looks like wood but made of concrete, and it would stand a Cat 5 hurricane wind loads up to 3 stories tall. You have to tell them stand it, you're done. So it looks just like wood. It'll look like that forever. We sell houses nationwide. We're about to ship one to Wyoming, up to New Hampshire, and all across the United States. What we're going to use this for is a place for people to come look at the house as a model home, and then have a sales center that we're going to have a barndominium to have displays and have design services available for people to choose their floor plans, walk through the model, decide what they want in their house, and make final decisions. And use it mostly for a living billboard that people travel up and down the interstate will see it. Our foot traffic would be low. I've never even done a house in this area, but I'm from the Johnson City, Kingsport area. I grew up about 3 miles from here, so that's why I purchased to be back close to my family. My mom and dad live about 3 miles from this location, still today for the last 45 years. And like I said, I'd like to use it for a sales center, a place for people to come meet and decide on the floor plans and things like that. And that's what things.
All right. Thank you very much, Steve. Is there anyone else here to speak in favor of the rezoning? Seeing none, is there anyone here to speak in opposition to? Ma'am, if you'll come forward to the podium, please, and give your name and address to the clerk.
Good evening. My name is Heather Davis. Address is 167 Lady Lane, Fall Branch, Tennessee.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Town of Fall Branch is a very small piece of Washington County, and we understand that the county is looking for ways to increase revenue. But as elected officials, your primary concern should be for the long-term effects of this rezoning to the residents and taxpayers of the community. Our property tax just went up 142%. This rezoning will forever change the character of our community and disrupt the tranquility we have enjoyed over the years. It threatens not only the aesthetic value, but also the environmental balance of our area, which has been preserved through its agricultural heritage. Additionally, commercial properties have a negative effect on residential properties. Once an area is zoned as commercial property, it becomes difficult to revert back to its original status, thereby permanently altering the future of Fall Branch. We do not want Double Springs Road to become another Highway 93. Rezoning these parcels will eventually be detrimental to the residents. There is plenty of commercial property available along 93 for growth and revenue. Although Devil Springs Road is designated a collector street, it has very little traffic. People ride horses and bikes along that road. Getting nervous here. Once rezoned, these parcels would be available to other commercial entities and thereby create a domino effect along Devil Springs Road. There's a home business car repair on Devil Springs, but it has no signs and it is set back against the road, away from the road. Obviously, proposed building will be lit up at night, thereby disturbing residents near the property, and there would be a commercial signage spoiling the aesthetic surroundings. One building would potentially be a show home drawing additional traffic for looky-loos, and the building on the other side function as offices. I met with 4 families who recently moved to Hawthorne from Kingsport, Gray, and Johnson City. They moved here for the small town atmosphere where they could raise children in a safe area. We have an above average safety rating. Residents move here from other congested areas because it offers a rural feel. Can't even talk right now. This business will not bring any jobs to this area, and it will not be advantageous to Fall Branch and its residents. Tri-Cities Crossing is looking for businesses. It would be perfect there. 450 acres already zoned commercial. We implore you not to turn this area of Fall Branch into another Gray. Keep Fall Branch the rural farming community its people love. I didn't have a lot of time. I've been out of town. I have a petition signed by a lot of people of Fall Branch. I don't know. I tried to look on your website to see if it was acceptable. There's nothing on your website about petitions or anything. So I just want you to know I'm just not one person. There's 65 names here.
All right. Thank you very much, Stokes. Is anyone here that would like to speak in opposition to this? Seeing none, we'll move right on to the second resolution. Is resolution in the 18th Civil District is a rezoning of the 18th Civil District presently owned by Mount Bethel Christian Church. B&B Farms GP. Is there anyone here to speak in favor of this rezoning? Sir, if you'll give your name and address to the clerk, please.
My name's Chandler Hunt. We located at 63 Broad Street, Northwest Cleveland, Tennessee, 27311. With Berry Engineers, I'm representing DG Holdings at Dollar Home. So this site was chosen due to the frontage along Andrew Johnson Highway and the surrounding commercial uses of this site. There's medical office, post office, high clinic there. This also matches development that's going kind of with the Andrew Johnson Highway corridor, commercial uses along there as well. This location would provide convenience to surrounding limestone residents as it shortens trips to needed consumer goods. We are aware of the impact of the residents behind that property. We just wanted to make you aware that there is a 40-foot setback from that building there. There will be a landscape buffer, an 8-foot fence, and there will be some grade change that will minimize any impact that the development has on that neighborhood. Also wanted to say that driveway access has already started. We have started coordination with PDOT, and they have not said anything that they have any major concerns with at this point. But final approval will be needed from TDOT and the county before any driveway is installed on that.
All right. Thank you very much. Is there anyone else here to speak in favor of the rezoning? If you'll come forward, ma'am, to the podium, give your name and address to the clerk.
My name is Pam Abetty, and I'm senior minister of the Christian Church on the Clear Springs Road, just off 11E. And we're the ones who own that property. We have no need of it. We have a building on it, it's in decay. Mount Bethel Christian Church has people living in the whole area. it would be an advantage to us to sell it and to receive remuneration from it, which we could use for the Lord's work. Now, I'm fully aware in our people, about 99% of the people who are active members of our church are for this. They're living in that area. They think this would be a good thing for the area. Purchasing food later at night, early in the morning, instead of having to go to a gas station to get their food. And we also believe this would be an advantage to the county. Just think of the tax revenue from this event that would come into that area. So we just think it's a win-win situation from the viewpoint of all people involved, in spite of the fact that we're aware of the fact that they're opposition to it. We understand that. But we think that the opposition is in the minority and that the public really is the one that benefits greatly from rezoning this piece of land.
All right. Thank you, sir. Anyone else to speak in favor of the rezoning? Seeing that, come forward, sir, and give your name and address to the clerk.
My name is Tony Cox. I live at 140 Ice Lane in Chuckey. And I'm also the chairman of the elder board at Mount Bethel Church. And thank you all for hearing us today on this. First of all, I live about 2.5 miles from the site, about 1.5 miles from the church there as well. And I've talked with a lot of community members around about. They're very excited about the potential of what's going to take place there. And with the store being built, and as our pastors already gave reason for that, it's very convenient for the residents of the community, the tax revenue and all of those things. And so we're in favor of this, majority of the church. And, you know, from a resident's point of view, I know that I would frequent that and all my neighbors, as I said, but also from an elder point of view at the church, I do realize that years ago in 1965, or maybe the house was built in 1965, the land was a gift. That was well before my time for a couple of years there anyway. But, and I realize that there's some folks that are concerned because it was a gift to the church. And, you know, we have, through the years, research that I've done and people that still attend the church, have been there for many years, you know, we've rented that property out. Initially, it was used for the pastor and their families to stay in, but a church owning a parsonage is really a thing of the past now. And we have been in the rental business at Mount Bethel for quite a few years, and that's not what the church is designated to do. And so we would like, you know, for this to be approved so that we can move forward with this. And as I said, I realized it was a gift. But the gift and the nature of that gift has actually given all that it can give at this point in time to the church. So we can continue that gift by selling this, rezoning it, selling it, and being able to use that money as a church to reach out in the community and provide outreach in the name of the Lord. And also there's about, by our figures, about $100,000 worth of work that needs to be done to that house. It's not been updated since it's been built. And so we would have to shoulder that cost as a church before we could really get it to a point where we would be comfortable leasing that property again. So I appreciate your time and your ears to this, and thank you so much.
Thank you. This time we'll have folks that are opposed to the opposition.
So we have.
We're going to do 3 and 3 right now. If the commission wants to hear any more, they'll indicate that. Okay. If you are in opposition to, if you'll come forward and give your name and address at the podium, please.
My name is Michael Barkley. I live on 152 Bigwood Road. I live about a half mile from the site that's proposed. My dad used to rent it off the land and built a parsonage on that road. And, I don't know, I'm speaking for my father. I don't think that he would agree to sell this land for a commercial business. I think he'd want, it's that parsonage is, you know, second home to me. I grew up our preachers was we had Christmas parties, Halloween parties. I mean, it's just like a second home to me. And I'm speaking on behalf of my father. I don't think he would want this to be a commercial site. He would rather see it be a home for somebody else. And I just don't understand why we need another dollar store when we got one 5 miles down the road towards Greenville and another one 5 miles up towards Jonesboro. And then we got Johnny's Market up there that sells gas and a variety of items. And I just don't think we need it. I mean, that's a rural community. It's a farming community. And that's why a lot of people moves into this area, because the way it is, they don't want all these stores lined up down the highway. I mean, they want to see the countryside. And I mean, maybe I'm not, but that's the way I grew up. And plus, we've had a lot of bad accidents, right, or at the intersection. And this is going to create probably more problems. You just have to bear with me. I'm not much of a speaker, and trying to do the best I can. But if they're going to need groceries, they're going to go to grocery stores, big grocery stores. They're not going to go to the dollar stores. And this, I know you're looking at it, well, it's going to bring revenue in. Sometimes it's not always that. It's the community. It's the people that live in that community. I know a lot of you people probably grew up in rural communities. Richard, you grew up in rural communities. I mean, and Kim, you grew up there. I mean, we've got to kind of leave some things the way they are. I mean, I'm for some changes, but I just don't think this is the best to do. And I guess that's just why I think so.
We appreciate you coming, sir.
All right.
Thank you. All right, someone else in, would like to speak in opposition, June? Seeing none, we'll move right on to the next resolution for consideration is a rezoning, consideration of the 18th Civil District presently owned by John C. Emmett. Is there anyone here to speak in favor of the request? Sir, if you'll come forward, give your name and address to the clerk.
Talk about Dollar General, can I do that too, or too late?
Well, are you speaking in opposition to it?
Yeah, I do.
Actually, I've already closed out Dollar General and we're on John Emmett right now.
Okay. All right. Well, that's me, okay? I've got the joint department and I've lived in this community a long time. All I'm gonna do is I got a plan to build, I sold my store to take over May the 1st, okay? So I don't want to give all the money to the government. I was gonna build me about 8 apartments out there to kind of offset the cost. That's all I want, okay? That's all I need.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right. All right, we appreciate you coming, Mr. Emmett. So anyone else here to speak in favor of the request? Is there anyone here to speak in opposition to? All right, seeing none, we will move right on to the next resolution. It's a resolution in the rezoning in the 10th Civil District owned by Two Marks Properties. Is there anyone here to speak in favor of the request? Sir, if you'll give your name and address to the clerk, please.
My name is Mark Bonadio. The address is 785 Herb Hodge Road. And we would like to construct a exclusive RV type village in this spot. We've got all of our environmental and soil work completed. We've got all of our approvals through TVA, TDEC, and here. There is 2,000 feet of shoreline, Boone Lake on the property. We're gonna have a maximum of 18 sites on the property. It's gonna be very exclusive. It should have a nice economic impact on the area. And would like to have a favorable rezoning from A1 to A3.
All right. Thank you, Mark. We appreciate you coming. Anyone else here to speak in favor of the request? Is there anyone here to speak in opposition to? Seeing none, we'll move on to the text amendments. I know some of you may have already spoke on this one, but the resolution amending the zoning resolution for venues. Is there anyone else that has not spoke that would like to speak for the request? Anyone that has not spoke would like to speak for the request? Is there anyone in opposition to that has not spoke would like to speak now in opposition to? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing, go back into regular session. This time, we'll call on Ms. Charles, our planning director, to come forward and answer any questions that you may have, commissioners.
Thank you. Our first rezoning on your agenda is at Double Springs Road and Link Road in the Fall Branch area. That is the rezoning to go from A1 to A2 for retail business purpose. And the Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of this rezoning request for your consideration this evening. The second rezoning is the 102 Limestone Ruritan Road, and that's the property that is at the corner of Limestone Ruritan and has frontage on Highway 11E. And that request is to also rezone to B2 for retail development. During the Planning Commission meeting, during public hearing at that meeting, there were 3 individuals that spoke for this rezoning and 2 that spoke against in opposition that you've heard this evening. And the Planning Commission did vote to recommend approval of this rezoning as well. Your third rezoning, Adam and Corby Lane. This is also in Limestone, and it is located directly behind the Johnny's Market business. And the request is to rezone to PRD1 to construct the multifamily apartment units on the property. The Planning Commission also unanimously recommended approval of that rezoning. Your final rezoning on Herb Hodge Road. This property falls within Johnson City's planning boundary. So the property had a campground that did operate on the premise for many years, but it has closed down. And so the new owners that have purchased the property, if rezoned, would be able to open a campground back up on the property, and it would be in conformance with the zoning code. The Johnson City Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of that rezoning as well. Your text amendment request on your agenda. had the pleasure of going to all three planning commissions. Due to a text amendment, the way the law is written, that it has to go before any commission that falls within the jurisdiction, which is Washington County. So currently, the reason for the text amendment is that currently we do not have micro venue type use in our zoning code. So the venues that we have predominantly in our county, that you think of are the larger ones that are agritourism. So there's one on John Frantz Road, Sid Martin Road, Cherokee Road. There are these larger venues that are already present, but we're seeing requests now for these smaller, the petitioner referenced micro size venues. So the text amendment request came in from a property owner that is operating a venue right now that's not in conformance with the zoning code. We received a complaint on the property and investigated it, and that's how our office came to find it. So the property owner submitted a text amendment request for our consideration. Staff took that request, and then we looked at other jurisdictions both inside the state and outside our area to see what types of requirements or if there were restrictions associated with the use to allow it. We wanted to kind of learn from what other communities have done. So we worked on that for a couple of months. So that's what we have before you this evening for consideration, is that it would allow a definition for venue use, and this is outside of agritourism again. This would be just for these smaller lot sizes. And it would allow it outright in our B3 commercial district. It would allow it with standards in the A1 district. And what that means is you would go before the Board of Zoning Appeals for consideration of approval if you wanted to operate a venue in an A1 of this scale. And the Board of Zoning Appeals would see whether or not that criteria is met. So the text amendment went before the three planning commissions. Our Washington County Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval. The Johnson City and Jonesboro Planning Commissions both recommended denial of the amendment. And the comments that came out of both of those meetings were that the A1 criteria standards were too restrictive. The comment from one board was a bit of restricting the hours of operation, maybe consider a noise ordinance countywide instead. And then the other comments that came out of the meetings were concern over restricting the number of attendees to what they are restricted to. So that was their feedback. We took the request back to our Washington County Planning Commission with the feedback and discussed it. And the commission again voted to bring this amendment to you this evening for consideration as is. I'll be happy to answer any questions about any of the rezonings for the text amendment.
Mr. Wheeler?
So a couple of questions on the text amendment. I'm not familiar with both of the facilities that were represented tonight, but I am familiar with the ones. I'm surprised that they're not, that's a fairly good sized venue. It's a wonderful business. And wouldn't want to do anything to hurt it. I think I would compare it to some of the ones you mentioned that are fairly large. But would this apply to them?
I don't know which venue they have.
Is it Cherokee? Or
On Cherokee Road. This would not. I'm not familiar with that one. So I can't answer that question.
I mean, I have no idea the amount that they put into that, but it's got to be a large amount of money. Hundreds of hours of sweat equity into that place. But I would also question, like, why would we expect the owner, they probably have weddings with at least 100 guests. Why would we expect them to have a logbook of attendees? Well, we certainly don't require that of the others that you mentioned.
And the others that we mentioned on those large working farms under the agritourism umbrella are separate from zoning. So that is state protection for that agritourism. The thought was with the smaller ones, if you keep a number of attendees, if the Board of Zoning Appeals was ever requesting to see that, you could show the number of people right there.
I mean, is it practical though to expect an event with any venue owner to have to keep a list when they're contracting with somebody who's having a wedding? Do we require that anywhere else?
Yeah.
The
And the other thing that I was concerned about were the hours. To suggest that, that the wedding's gonna end by 10 p.m., meaning wedding, that's not gonna happen very often. Is this is there not some of if the issue is the noise in the area, if it's a small piece of property, is there not some of the way to deal with that besides restricting the hours on any of these? And that situation, they got acres there, how close they are to neighbors, but if there's no issue with that, I would think that it seems like pretty onerous to say not a certain size, we're going to say gotta close by 9 if you're a wedding venue.
The complaint that we received was from an event that did go late one evening on that site. When we got to looking at other codes, we found that to be a standard time in other jurisdictions. So we picked it up for our amendment.
When you say that you had a complaint on that site, you're not talking about the one we've been talking about, Cherokee Farms, you're talking
No,
about.
sir, no, sir. Not pre.
Commissioner Tamita?
Yeah, I had the same question about the log of yes. I mean, I understand why you want it. Seems to be overburdensome. My initial reaction when I saw it was that it's supported. However, I don't see anybody here speaking against it. So I would imagine, I don't want to limit anybody who's, or restrict anybody who's currently in business by any means. I also don't want them to shut down. So I'm kind of conflicted because, but I also haven't heard anybody speak against it. Did anybody speak against it at any of the planning?
No, just the planning.
Because it's my business, it was going to adversely affect me. I suppose I would be here and I appreciate them being here, but it takes time then too. But I would, Mr. Wheeler, on the time. I mean, what time did the call come in? How late was that event going? I mean, most of the operators, I have a fair amount of experience with wedding venues. 2022. I can tell you, they made it pretty clear there was a time we needed to be out of there, but it wasn't that far. Right? And we were out. So that's a little worrisome, but and I know you got these from surrounding, and I don't want to belabor it, but the logbook, if we're to consider this, right, that. Because I want to put something in place to where they can operate their business. I want to be fair to the people that are already operating the business. And I've got to assume the people who are already operating their business would not be affected by this. Really kind of surprised. We don't really have a good number of how many of those are. Right?
Correct. We're just aware of the one.
Could be one, could be 100. I wonder if we communicate. I guess it's hard to communicate, but we don't know. I just want to, I don't want to hurt anybody unknowingly.
Mr. Jones?
So would passing this text amendment adversely affect existing venues that fit with the existing code?
With the existing code, the venues we have that we're aware of are under the agritourism.
They already have their own. So this should not affect. We heard some speakers tonight who were concerned this would affect them. It would not, because they already fit within an existing.
I'm not familiar with that, with the speaker's business.
Okay. So we don't know if this will have an adverse impact on a given business.
That's correct. I don't know if they're a Greenbelt working farm provision or not.
And can you tell me why this particular business did not match with our existing venue code for agro venue, whatever it's called.
We currently, sure, for agritourism, you have to be eligible for Greenbelt classification. So you have to have those larger acreage lot sizes where people are, and this is a smaller piece of property.
That's what had in my head.
Commissioner Malone?
Yeah, just several questions, because I think maybe contrary to what the thought was, for, as I understand it, and I'm sort of playing, but as I understand it, any businesses presently operating in venue in the A1 district that do not fall under agribusiness, they are presently in violation of the zoning, correct?
Correct.
So I think that's an important thing to Commissioner Speda's point of not wanting to harm existing businesses. Point is, and this is the reason I think that the planning commission felt like it needed to be addressed in opposition to the town of Jonesboro and in opposition to the city of Johnson City, is that we have existing businesses that were it not for a text amendment change, they would be in violation of zoning and need to close, need to shut down. And we don't want that. I think some modifications to the text amendment may be appropriate relative to perhaps the number of attendees, perhaps the time frame, and I don't see the need for the logbook, but since these are not on the larger sites, these are smaller sites, I think the planning commission did believe that there needed to be some limit to the number of attendees. One other thing I just wanted to clarify from your opening remarks is that while this originated, this issue, we realized that there is a problem originated out of plans, working with an existing venue owner, property taxpayer, we developed a text amendment. This is not done to accommodate or satisfy a single business. It's done to accommodate and satisfy all of these businesses within Washington County. Is that a fair statement?
That's fair.
Last time, I think we've also learned in this, to any venue operators in the room, I think we've also learned that maybe some of these venues are operating without a business license. So at the moment, not only are they violating the zoning, they may not have a business license. So I would encourage you, if you operate a venue business, be sure you have a business.
All right.
Thank you.
Mr. Wexler?
Yeah, so when I was looking at, and all this goes along with what I'm saying, it was, when I started looking at the standards, the one, no concert event shall take place. I'm thinking about, what about a piano recital, a cello recital, a choir, it kind of makes as to what would be acceptable. Then the fact, and we don't have to go along with what Johnson City and Jonesboro said, but wouldn't it be good if we all came together and had a standard that was acceptable throughout the county instead of, just saying we want to do it this way? Can we all get along?
Are you proposing noise ordinance?
Well, and that was what I was gonna say. I mean, it sounds like a noise ordinance would be something that would fix it. I'm not an expert in the planning, field, but we talked about it before. So I'm just, it's we're looking at, it has to live on the premise. I mean, that's sounds restrictive. So, I don't know, I think this just didn't seem like it would work for all of them. But I didn't see there was probably.
Mr. Tucker?
So you've had, one complaint, is that what you've had so far of this?
Yes.
So that's one complaint about all the things. So couldn't we grandfather in, the venues already here, grandfather them in? If we want to go back and look at this, the biggest thing I see is a venue operate 12-1 midnight. I think a 12 o'clock midnight ought to be done. So I think there's a few things we can do. But if we grandfather the old ones in and us come up with a plan on what we want to see going forward for new ones, and then come back to this. Because some of it's like living on the property. A lot of people, they got this property and wedding venue. They have to live on it, they're gonna have to build a house or put a double wide up. I mean, so you're costing the people that's already got these, we're just costing more money to operate. In today's economy now, it costs them enough to operate without adding more expense. So I don't know why we couldn't grandfather the ones in, we ain't have the one complaint. The sheriff can know if we have any calls, but if we could set a time, 10 o'clock would not work for a wedding. So if we could go back and look at this and put some restrictions and bring us back to a board, do you think? Is that something we could look at? To fix this problem? Grandfather doesn't in, but even though the grandfather in, that don't mean they can open until 1, 2, 3 in the morning. I think we could set a few restrictions, set back and make it wherever, it might work for everybody.
I'll tell you what, if the chair will entertain a motion as it relates to this resolution 240417, I'll make the motion that we refer it back to the planning commission. It's clear, I think, you amendments to the language, the text, maybe the times along with it. I'll make a motion that we refer it back to the planning.
A second,
I'll say it.
second by Commissioner Jones.
That's that.
Defer back to the planning commission. Commissioner Wheeler?
You know, an alternative would be to send it to one of our committees for us to work on.
But the planning commission already handles that.
I don't know if we can do that, Commissioner Wheeler. I think we always send it back to the planning commission for them to bring something back final.
Then as an alternative to that, I would suggest that we ask the planning commission to sit down with some of these venues that are already operating so that we don't do unintended harm to them. We've got some really good venues in this county that are small. I'm thinking several, but some of them are in Johnson City, I'm thinking of, but I'm very familiar with the Lewis facility, and I think we ought to ask the planning commission to build them and talk through what those consequences are before this comes back to us. We don't also, this is not the form of resolution, which I think is problematic, and it says agritourism as defined, but it does not say where it's defined. We certainly have not seen a definition of agritourism. So I can't tell whether the limits fall under that or not without seeing it. I don't think it's defined anywhere in the packet.
Oh, not in the packet.
We don't.
No, it's 13. Document 2013. Amended May 22nd.
All right, we've got a motion second on the floor to defer back to the planning commission. Get motion deferred, don't really have much discussion, or it's just a motion
I would
deferred.
like to have a little bit of discussion. Just ask a question.
Well,
If we don't pass this, what happens to the venues that are here tonight? Are they going to be forced to close?
Yes, we will ask
So-
for sending.
I don't think any, I don't know that that's, I didn't walk in here with that intent tonight. And we've had, the wonderful thing about what we do is that anything we do, we can change, right? Is there something we can pass in minimal form that we can pass tonight that will allow them to stay open? And then we can take, because we all know when we start studying stuff, there's no telling when that's going to get, right? So is there a mechanism to pass something, a skeleton minimal standard that we can pass to allow them to stay open?
And maybe I apologize if I misspoke. Is sending it back to the planning commission for refinement and work. We're not going to contact these venue owners tomorrow and ask them to close down.
You would defer any action.
It would defer, yes, sir.
Well, that's very different.
I apologize.
All right, I do have a motion.
As is.
We do have a motion and a second to defer. All in favor of that motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? And this item is referred back to the planning commission. That is resolution 240717. All right. Is there any further questions for Ms. Charles? We would, Commissioner Tucker?
Go back to the dollar store.
Yes.
The gentleman talked about building a dollar store, saying he's gonna build a fencing behind it. Is that something that you all are doing to make sure that it's done, that gets approved?
Yes, sir.
Board of Fence, is that part of the codes too?
Yes, sir. It's part of our landscape.
And the intersection down there where they're putting it is a very dangerous intersection. Will the state do an investigation to see if there's anything, I don't think they'll do an investigation to see if the roads need to be changed or anything.
Yes, sir. They will.
That is a very dangerous intersection.
Yes, and we'll have to have that authorization from TDOT before we proceed with our approval.
Then the campground, you said it was zoned for a campground, and I guess in Johnson City it's shut down and they're fine. But did they lose the zoning when they shut that down originally for the campground?
They are actually a legal non-conforming use, so they existed prior to zoning code being adopted. So when the zoning code came along, that business was already in operation, so they were grandfathered. When it closed down, it was closed down for a period of time, so it lost that status.
Commissioner Johnson?
Just one quick question, I know we're already past it, but on the venues, I know the agritourism is exempt, but we keep the one from smaller venues. What determines a small venue to larger venue that has some rules that 50 people or 60, however, would not? What's the determinant?
If you fall under that agritourism umbrella, as defined by the state and then the zoning code reflects that as well. It is, the property has to be eligible for that greenbelt classification. So anything that would not be eligible for greenbelt that would fall under that would then fall under this amendment.
So if you're eligible, do you have to have?
Commissioner Tavita, was that?
The whole thing.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Wexler, we're back to you.
So if you're eligible, do you have to have the greenbelt designation, or do you just have to be eligible?
It's defined as being eligible.
All right. All right, any more questions, Mr. Charles? After I cut off my own microphone, any more questions for Ms. Charles? All right, Angie, thank you so much for all your hard work, as always. All right, our first resolution for consideration on our rezoning tonight is number 240401, is a resolution rezoning the tax map in the 7th Civil District presently owned by Howes Holdings LLC. Do we have a motion? Motion made by Commissioner Fitzgerald to approve the resolution. Second by Commissioner England. Question or discussion? Commissioner Wexler, did you, Andy? Oh, I gotta take y'all speaker now. All right. So have a motion and second. Question or discussion?
Call the question.
Question's been called. Madam Clerk, if you'll switch us to the voting screen, please. Go ahead and cast your vote and lock it in. Madam Clerk, if you'll announce the vote. 14 yes, 1 no, and the resolution passes. The next resolution is Resolution 240402, resolution rezoning the tax map in the 18th Civil District presently owned by the Mount Bethel Christian Church, Parsonage, B&B Farms, GP. Do we have a motion? Motion to approve by Commissioner Davenport, seconded by Commissioner Wexler. Question or discussion? Commissioner Johnson?
I think it's important to remind the public that we're not here to decide whether the church should or shouldn't sell the property. We're here to just specifically rezone one piece of property. It's not our decision to decide whether a dollar store, if we need a dollar store, we don't know, if we need a dollar store. We're just rezoning the property.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Call the question.
Question's been called. Madam Clerk, if you'll switch us to the voting screen, please. Go ahead and cast your vote and lock it in. Madam Clerk, if you'll announce the vote, 15 yes. 13 yes, 2 no, and 1 absent. The resolution passes. Next item is resolution 240403, is a resolution rezoning the tax map in the 18th Civil District presently owned by John C. Emmert. I have a motion by Commissioner Fitzgerald, seconded by Commissioner Huffine to approve the resolution. Question or discussion?
Call the question.
Question's been called. Madam Clerk, if you'll switch to the voting screen, please. Go ahead and cast your vote and lock it in. Madam Clerk, if you announce the vote, 15 yes, and the resolution passes. Next item is resolution 240404, is a resolution rezoning the tax map in the 10th Civil District presently owned by the Two Marks properties. We have a motion. Motion to approve by Commissioner Jones, seconded by Commissioner Fitzgerald to approve the resolution. Question or discussion?
Call the question.
Question's been called. Madam Clerk, if you'll switch us to the voting screen, go ahead and cast your vote and lock it in. Madam Clerk, if you'll announce the vote, 15 yes, and the resolution passes. All right. That will complete our rezonings for the evening and our text amendment. You'll find the Washington County Board of Zoning Appeals minutes in your packet. And we will move right on to our special recognitions tonight. We're fortunate tonight to have Jill Grayson with us. Jill Grayson Stott. Excuse me, Jill. And we appreciate you being here, Jill, and I know you've got some exciting stuff to share with us. And if you'll introduce our visitors, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, Mayor. My name is Jill Stott. I am the Senior Director for Community Relations with Ballard Health. And we came last year just to give you a quick update with your local hospital. So again, I'd like to introduce Mr. Kenny Schaefer. He's the CEO of Johnson City Medical Center, and Mrs. Melanie Stanton. She is the CEO of Franklin Woods.
Stage music.
Kenny, you and Melanie, thank you all so much for coming tonight, taking time to share with us. We really appreciate you all.
Thank you for having us. I think Melanie's here to talk about the hospitals. I actually brought my property assessment bill. Bill Hunter told me to take it to the county commissioner. We appreciate you having us. We did this last year just to give you some updates on your local hospitals, and it's important that you all know, and of course everybody out here knows how we're doing some things that we're working on. Before I get started, though, I do want to tell a little story. I know y'all got a long night, but we started telling stories a lot more about our team and our patients. We found that telling those stories is a real good way to get people rallied behind why we're here, right? Stories that reflect our core values and things that we do just to recenter ourselves. And we call these things mission moments. So I'll tell a story. I was walking through, this is about 2 months ago. I was walking through the surgery waiting room and I see a family real distraught over the course. There's probably 7 or 8 of them. They were crying and really having a tough time. So of course I stopped and asked what was going on. At the time, a lady who had transferred from one of our outlying community hospitals at JCMC, she was in heart failure. She was having an open heart surgery. And it wasn't going well. And they were telling me the story about what happened to her. I walked back and I said, well, let me check and see what's going on. When I walked back to talk to the manager, the patient was actually coding in the OR. So I had to walk back. Of course, I'm thinking, how am I going to tell the family this story? I knew that wasn't my job to do. I told them the surgeon would be right back out. So I had them check on the family. The daughter ended up going patient to the room. Over the course of the next couple hours, she coded a few times. She went cardiac arrest. She was put on, there's something called an Impella device. It's really a mini heart pump that goes to your heart. She was put on something we call ECMO, which is a heart lung machine that happens in the ICU that keeps people alive and reperfuses oxygen through your blood to keep you going, typically to get you to a transplant or something like that. The point is, this lady had no hopes of surviving. I think the family was preparing themselves. About a week later, I heard from the ICU nurse that patient was doing a little bit better. She had actually got up and had a couple steps. A couple of weeks later, I heard that she had walked down the hallway, and oh my gosh, this is unbelievable. About a week later, I was walking on one of our med-surg units, and I walk into a patient's room. We tend to go visit different families throughout the day. And I see this lady sitting in bed. I walk around, and I say, hey, look, I know you. And she goes, yeah, we met 4 weeks ago. I was in the surgery waiting with you. You talked to us while my daughter was having surgery. And she told me, she said, she's here alive because of this team. But it wasn't all the clinical care she got. It's how we treated her as a person. And we were kind to her, and we were empathetic, and we cared for her like we would care for our own family, that's what you want to hear as a CEO, right? About how we care for other people, not just that we cured your cancer, but we care about you. And then she leaned back in the bed, and her daughter was sitting in a recliner and plucking her eyebrows, getting ready to go to rehab. I said, how are you alive? You died 3 times on this. She said, I'm here because of your team. Well, we told that story a few times to our folks, and of course, it made them feel pretty good. But she's alive, and her kids get their mom because of the work that our folks did. So I'm going to let Melanie kick it off, and we'll be quick. We'd love to have questions too in between.
2 slides, PowerPoint. So we are, this is, open,
No resolution.
allows you to ask us questions. That's exactly right. But just some of the things that we worked on, and to Kenny's point, we don't start a meeting now without a mission moment where we tell stories, and our mission is to honor those we serve. Often they're good stories, but sometimes they're not. We also encourage the ones where we have opportunity to improve, to make sure that we're honoring our mission. But, a lot of work was done really to try to stabilize our clinical team, and it was primarily nursing, of which I am a nurse that started many years ago at JCMC. But really to stabilize our nursing workforce. After COVID, we had turnover rates higher than we've ever seen, about 28%. We brought those down to about 15% on average. But really taking stock in our nursing and investing in them. So there's been a lot of investment, $30 million increase in pay rates that we haven't seen, since I've been with the organization in 25 years. So really proud of that. So it's really helped us stabilize it, and it's really given a boost and a strong arm to our nursing team. Now, what we know is that won't last long because they're the competitors, right, cost saves, but we have to create that work environment where our clinical team wants to be there at work.
Yeah, I'll get a little bit, and I'll go into this. Part of, let me touch on that. So just a data point, I got some information a couple of days ago that we've got. This is for JCMC. So since we did this $30 million investment on top of $100 million that we've done over the past couple of years, that was specifically for nursing. We have today, as of today, 55 nurses either training or about to start training in the hospital, which is more than I've seen in the 10 years since I've been here since 2014. So the hole is deep. And the reason that people get done stuff are waiting for care, a lot of it is because of not having this bedside staff. But this investment, even in a short period of time, is starting to pay off. I hope to be able to come back next year and tell more good stories about that because we've got quite a hill to climb. In similar fashion, I think we all are interested in a lot of the business owners, and they all leave because we got up here. That's the resolution. Is making sure that we've got an able workforce for training these students and making sure that they're getting exposed to these jobs. And we attended the ETSU Career Quest last week. Wonderful event. This Ballad Health Academy is similar to that, where you may have read about this. We're going to go into high schools, and we've got that grant through Bloomberg. It's for students who are interested in becoming an LPN or a CNA and graduate with no cost to get one of those jobs. We'll start the first class. I think they aim to start graduate the first class in 2025. But even when we're all in, for LPNs in particular, we'll be able to graduate up to 400 a year. Which now they're not committed to work for Ballad Health. They get that education for free. But again, it's just another pipeline to develop folks to get that work in our region.
Something else that we're working on is involving patients in their care, listen to their stories. So you may experience this if you're in our hospitals, either visiting or hopefully not as a patient, but if you are, it's some concerted efforts of including and engaging our patients with us. And so nurses are going in and out of rooms together and involving the patient. Now, I was a nurse and that's not what we used to do. We all would give report. We always gave report, but we did it out at the desk. We did it over here, but now, in that process of engaging the patients and getting a lot of excellent feedback from our patients so that they're a part of that report, makes them feel safer, makes them feel like they're a part. So I say, Mr. Wheeler, this is Kenny, he's gonna be your nurse tonight, and this is what we did today, and this is what the plans are for tomorrow, and then you can be engaged, that's not right. There may be a change in that, or I need this. So that's what we're working on. It's a shift for nursing, to be able to do that. The other thing that we're doing is leader-patient rounding, really focused on rounding on our patients as leaders in our hospitals. We've got lofty goals, it's 50% of the house. So you think about JCMC, of all of our patients, at least a leader's rounded on that patient at least one time to see how your care has been. And some of those things that we're checking is communication. Are we talking with you? Are physicians talking with you? Do you know your plan? Are we doing all the things to keep you comfortable? Is there anything that we can improve on? So really proud of the work that we're doing there, and it's making a difference in our patient experience scores when you receive those surveys from our vendor, which is Press Ganey.
This next thing on here, I think is something that a lot of y'all may resonate with, especially if you run a business or you're a business owner. And it's how do you rally your team behind a standard, right? Every time I go to Chick-fil-A, I'm always impressed with how many people tell me my pleasure, right? It's like every time I see Daryl Fowler, I can't say anything that was responsive, my pleasure. Well, that's the culture that they've developed there. And there's no reason, we've made a lot of excuses over the years of why we can't do that in healthcare, but we can. So this next thing here is we I think a lot of folks are burnt out. They're tired from working a lot. Healthcare is hard. But at the end of the day, we're all there for a common purpose, right? And there's been a lot of research in the industry and across multiple industries on incivility in the workplace and just the way that we treat each other. Being kind, being professional. And you see these things act out, and as leaders, we've always struggled with how do you hold people accountable for that stuff? If I do that, I may have to let you go, and then I can't fill your position. Well, in our minds, we think that we're losing just as many good people because of that stuff as we are for the other things. So we sat down with every single team member. We educated over 2,500 people, myself and Chris Jett and one of our other executives in the hospital, to reset the behavior standards, right? So we're always kind to people. There's never a reason not to be kind. There's never a reason not to be professional. We think that if we can act better as a team, our patients will ultimately feel that stuff. And a lot of the comments I hear from people in the community is that they feel like we don't care. And that's not true. But a lot of it is how do we make sure that we're instilling in our team this why we're here, this common purpose that our patients can feel. So I hope as time goes on, you'll start to feel that if you ever are fortunate to visit one of our facilities.
And then we've had a lot of progress on our patient safety indicators. The JCMC has reduced patient mortality by 70%. And then we've also 30%. Yeah, 30%. And then 70% of those indicators have improved. And then Franklin Woods, being at top decile, quite excited of a national publicly reported, we don't ask for this one, is there will be a grade A in May the 1st on the website. So quite proud of that. That is a safety indicator for infections, problems in surgery, any other problems in patient experience. And we haven't seen a grade A in about 6 years, at least, at Franklin Woods. So quite proud of that.
This next one here, I'm going to go in reverse. It's around the ER. One thing I just want to make sure this commission knows is how proud you should be of your local EMS leadership in 911. I know I'm not just saying this because Mr. Matterly standing up there. Dan Wheeler is one of the greatest people I know. He is a humble person. He doesn't talk about himself. He's all about his team. His team respects him. He got that accolade from Greene County not long ago when his team responded to that disaster they had over there. That was a real scary thing. And you've probably read about different municipalities around the region, with a greater region with EMS and how long it's taken EMS to onboard patients. We're not immune to that. We have the same issues, and one thing that we do though is we meet with that team routinely. We go talk to the frontline staff to make sure that, if we can't offload that patient, or we're doing everything possible to get those trucks back in the road. I know ultimately this group kind of oversees the provision of emergency services throughout the region, and we've seen spikes in that. It's starting to come down. I know Mr. Madlow and I had lunch not long. We were talking about that, but we do want to make sure that we are keeping trucks on the road and they're not tied up in our ERs. And if they're gonna be tied up, that we're constantly communicating with the leadership of that group to make sure that we're have an active plan to get them back on the road. We never want to be in a position where people are having to wait for a truck because they're tied up in a I just want to make sure y'all hear that from us. That is a top priority. We're talking about that. There's a couple other things on the ER. I'm happy to answer questions about this. Our goal is not for people to be on the waiting room. Our goal is not to have people in hallway beds. That is all a function of not having enough clinical staff. We've talked about vacancies before. It is 100% on that. Now, with that, whether you're in a waiting room or a hallway bed, our goal is to give you the same level of care that you would get in an inpatient room. Now, that's a change in philosophy because that's not the way that things used to be. It is the way things are around again across the country, but it's still our problem to deal with, right? It may be happening in Vegas, it may be happening in Florida. It's still our problem to deal with here locally. Questions about that? We talked about.
Yeah, and the only other bullet point, just, in this last year is we've made some significant investments in robotic surgery, and that's across the system. That is the new thing. If you remember, you'd have an open surgery, it wouldn't be laparoscopic. Now we're in robotics in the world of the Da Vinci robots and other robots within the organization. But Franklin Woods will be hopefully a center of excellence in June. We'll receive a site visit. We've had 3 of our surgeons apply to be designated as master surgeons. That's Dr. Trey Robertson, Dr. Michael Hodge, and Dr. Ken Cutshaw. And hopefully there'll be some other surgeons go behind them as well in urology and GYN. So just, really proud of the work that our physicians do as well, because there's also opportunity to retain our physicians in our community and recruit those physicians to our community. So, proud of those individuals and work.
So I pulled a couple of news articles, and I know we talked about the trauma program a lot, and the reason we talk about the trauma program isn't just because of trauma, but being a level 1 trauma program means you have a commitment to every service you have, whether it's the lab, whether it's nerve surgery or cardiovascular surgery, it's everybody coming together with the patient. So if you go back in time, in 2019 is when we consolidated trauma centers, right? We brought Holston Valley down from a level 1 to a level 3, Bristol from a level 2 to level 3. It was very contentious, is probably an understatement. And we kept stating that, hey, if we can do this, we can get better outcomes. Hey, we can get better outcomes if we do this in one place. You go forward to 2023, we created the Ballot Health Trauma Network, which makes sure that folks, regardless of where you go, you can get to the system quick and get the care you need. And then in 2024, y'all may have read this article. There was a study that was put out by EPA, a peer-reviewed study that looked at the most acute trauma patients that we have that go to the ICU and what their mortality was pre and post consolidation. And what they saw was a 24% decrease in patient mortality from the time that we merged or consolidated that level 1 to JCMC. Now, it's also valid because I think last time we were talking about that we had a couple perfect training surveys for our trauma program. We got a couple accolades from the state on patient safety, but this is real. This is probably the first data that's come out that actually indicates that less people are dying because we consolidated that trauma center than before. I put a little quote in here about that, and I'm sure some of you may have seen this, but we're proud of that. We're not done with that. We think 24% is great, but we think we can do better. So again, I hope to be coming back next year talking about more things. We're done. We're happy to answer my question.
All right. Commissioner England?
Not a question, but just with most of the guys and gals on this side, you all know, I was unfortunate enough to be a resident at Franklin Woods last month, 3 different occasions, total of 11 days. Treatment was top notch. Like you said, the reports coming in from nurses, they feel everything that had taken place, so that everybody's on the same page. It was really great. In 3 different rooms, different areas of the hospital, but it was consistent throughout, and even the food.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Huffine?
So I'll sort of reiterate what Commissioner England, I was not there for Lane, but I spent 5 nights, frankly, it was a couple months ago, unfortunately. Or actually probably fortunate, because I felt after 24 hours, I felt much better than I did when I left the house there. The care
and even a member of your management staff, I won't call my name, came around on discharge. Very nice conversation there. Even the discharge. My wife's preparing as well. Don't, if we get out of here real quick, it'll be a while. I think within an hour, I was out on my way home. So thank you very much. But I do have the one complaint that I hear, for instance, is at JCMC in the ER. And unfortunately, I witnessed this firsthand with a family member and friends in the hallway, waiting for a room in the ER. And then waiting even longer to get a room, they need to stay in the hospital. And I know that's a problem, I know it's a strain, but I really would like to hear what the solution is to that and when that will be resolved. I just, basically, I guess, ask you to arm me to give the right reply to the people that are.
Yeah, and I'll
concerned and make
go on the record.
quite honest.
Sure. So there's a couple things. One is, if you think about your business, you've got supply and demand. Right? For a while now, we've had demand that's outpaced supply. It shows up in the ER, and you've got a couple of factors. One is you have patients in our hospital who were sicker than they were. They require to go to places that they didn't used to as much before. For example, going to skilled nursing facilities or rehab at a much higher rate than they used to. That means they stay longer. It takes them longer to get to those places, which stay longer means there's less availability. The other piece is we are making, for as many things as we've moved to Johnson City, there are things that don't have to be done at Johnson City, right? There's a lot of lower acuity things that could be done at Franklin Woods, or could be done at Sycamore Shoals, or could be done at Greene County, or could be done at a surgery center. We are going through an active process right now to try to realign some of those things to those other places, because a lot of times people would like to stay close to home. If you're having a stroke, you want to be at JCMC, but if you're having your gallbladder removed, I'll be okay to have that done at Franklin Woods. There's been a number of services that we've already started doing that with, and those are more physicians we were meeting with to have those services done at other places where it's easier for them to get in now. I expect over the next 6 months, we'll be moving a fair number of stuff to those places. The other piece is opening up beds on the floor. Now, there are physical beds that are not staffed. I don't think it's a secret. I think most people walk in the hospital and say, well, how many unstaffed beds do you have? Those are words that people never would have thought to use 5 years ago, but they saw all over the news. When we came last year, so back up, in the past 3 years, we've opened up about 40 additional beds than we had pre-COVID, or about when COVID started. Not enough. Patients are sicker, more people coming in. And when I look at what's coming into JCMC, if I go back 3 or 4 years ago, we got people from this region. I look in the morning now and I've got people coming from Knoxville because Knoxville's full. We got people coming from Kentucky. There's people coming over the mountain from Asheville and from Virginia. So it's a lot bigger area. We consider ourselves a hospital that takes everything, right? We don't do a wall of labs. So you're sick, we take you. So getting those beds back up is the priority. That stat, if you'll go back to that previous slide, that first stat where it talks about investment in frontline staff, the fact that we do have JCMC about 55, probably 60 now, nurses hired that are starting orientation or about to start, means that we're making headway to opening those beds back up. There's about 40-ish additional beds I could open with staff. We also have to balance that with nurse workload. I don't want nurses to have too many patients, and we've tried really, really hard to make sure that our nurses have an adequate number of patients that stay. I think some would argue depending on the day, because but we're trying to balance that. I am gas pedal down. I don't want to walk into the hospital every day and see my ER full. I get equally as exhausted walking down there every morning and having half the ER be full of people waiting for a bed. I think a combination of those things, I can't give you an exact timeline, but I do hope within the next 6 months that we'll start to see a little bit of reprieve. We can get these people on board if we can get some of those services where they should be. And I'm not talking about shutting stuff down at JCMC. I think we can make a dent.
Thank you.
Sir. Ms. Williams here.
Well, I was gonna tell.
comfortable the chairs were when he was surgical patient in places like Princeton. And he started complaining from the family to the staff. And within an hour, they had a dolly bringing him a recliner.
New chair.
So, recliner, which he lived in for almost 2 weeks there. So I think my point is comfort to the patient during healing is more than comfort, more healing than we realize we witness.
Right.
Thank y'all very much.
Kenny, I couldn't let you go just a minute. I try not to say much up here, but hey, I really appreciate you working with EMS and such a great relationship. And, you know, we know that if we have a problem at 911 and we're trying to work these things out, we know you're working hard to get that done. And I appreciate all the opportunities we've had to sit down and talk about improving those things. And I know Dan does too. So Melody, thank you all for being here tonight.
Absolutely. Well, hopefully, we'll come back again in a year and we'll give you another update.
Absolutely.
Thank y'all.
We always pick.
For new recliners and beds all the time.
All right. Well, we got an update. Now we do have a couple of other things under our proclamations report. We have a proclamation for a very special lady here this evening. Mayor, where is Connie Sharp at? How many times has Connie been here already, Mayor, you know?
Connie's regular proclamations, but this is really special because today we get to celebrate a very sad event. Connie's retirement, but well deserved. Thank you for all you've done.
When Jill was leaving, you know, I worked in Jackson County for over 17 years and here for over 22. She was one of my 4-H'ers and I taught her how to sew. And we were talking about how to speak and farm over.
Right. Okay, that's all right. We all are. All right, so this is in recognition of Miss Connie. But whereas 4-H is a youth development program of the University of Tennessee and Tennessee State University Extension. 4-H develops youth to thrive and to make best better. 4-H youth learn by doing through hands-on activities, starting in their own communities and reaching far beyond while empowering them to develop and strengthen valuable life skills. And whereas UT Extension professionals who understand the Tennessee 4-H mission are the foundation of providing research-based extension education experiences that will empower young people to gain knowledge, develop life skills, and form positive attitudes to prepare them to become capable, responsible, and compassionate adults. And whereas the UT Extension system has no greater advocate and leader than 4-H Extension agent Connie Ann Goff-Shaw. He retires at the end of April after 39 years of devoted and exceptional service on the UT Extension system, with recognition of her excellence as the Alice Ann Moore Outstanding 4-H Award in 2022. And whereas Connie brought her passion for youth development and her community to the UT Extension system and the Tennessee 4-H in particular, touching the lives of countless young people and impacting their lives in our community with a positive attitude, commitment, and tenacity. Definitely tenacity. And whereas the nearly 4 decades of experiences, wisdom, trials, and triumphs of Connie's tenure have contributed to the preparation and development of responsible, capable, and leaders and citizens of Tennessee and the nation. And whereas, although retiring, Connie will remain held in the highest esteem by those youth whose lives she directly touched, those families whose lives were improved by her encouragement of their children and development of their family unity, and those communities who have had the good fortune of witnessing her good works through the youth they carry the 4-H pledge in their adult lives. Be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Washington County, Tennessee, that we do hereby proclaim April 25th, 2024 as Connie Ann Goff Sharp Day, to recognize and honor her long-standing service to the community in her work with UT Extension, and particularly the 4-H program, which leadership, encouragement, and empowered diverse group of Tennessee's youth to develop their own unique skills and talents to the fullest potential and prepare for success in the workforce and leaders in civic engagement. Chairman, present this proclamation for your consideration.
Thank you, Mayor. We have a motion to approve the proclamation. Motion by Commissioner Huffine, seconded by Commissioner Jones to approve the proclamation. All in favor of the proclamation signify by saying aye. All opposed? The proclamation passes. Congratulations, Connie.
Connie, you're always good for a comment, and step on up.
Well, you know, I do teach public speaking. Can I say when I was to have the day, I'm just kind of speechless. Bittersweet, I guess. I'll still volunteer. For 30 years, I'm getting tired. 4 years, it's, you know, it's hard because when we're there with your children, we're gone Monday morning till Friday night. And when kids are 6, I'm up till 3 in the morning, but still have to get up at 6 to serve breakfast. But it has been an honor. I thank you for trusting in me 22 years ago when I transferred from Johnson County to here. And you'll still see me around, whether it's at the chicken sales or because my blood runs green and it also runs orange. And while I'm here tonight, I want to introduce my family.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna cry. Over the years, they have sacrificed a lot. When we went to the University of Tennessee for my 35th, and then Kevin went with me when I got the Alice Ann Moore Award, and that's like the highest 4-H award you can get in the state. But the dean at that time says, "We appreciate your sacrifices." And my husband said, "You have no idea how much she sacrifices." You know, because when I'm gone for a week, nobody's there to cook the meals and do those other things. And I know we're in a women's lib age, but I try to do everything in balance. And so I want you to meet my family tonight. There's my husband, Kevin, my younger son, Brent, who graduated from Daniel Boone High School, 4th in his class. And then my younger son, Aaron, who worked in communications for a year, and he graduated from Johnson County. But I couldn't have done it without them and your support. And Commissioner Matherly, thank you so much for your support being on the Ag Committee. And then, of course, everybody here. I missed you the last time for the Ag Committee, but thank you. Is that a speech enough? Thank you.
Connie's done a great job over the many, many years, and I don't know what we'll do without her at times, but we're going to get by. Connie, you enjoy your retirement. Isn't it good to be a volunteer sometimes, you know? And we appreciate you. We appreciate you volunteering and all the children and young men and women that grew up that you've touched for so many years and are adults now. And we appreciate your influence on them. And I see some today. And when I go home at night, you've had a great influence on them. We appreciate you. All right. Our next item would be our approval of the minutes. That's our minutes for the March 25th meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. Do we have a motion to approve? Motion by Commissioner Wexler to approve, seconded by Commissioner Eads. Question or discussion about the minutes? Seeing none, all in favor of approving the minutes signify by saying aye. All opposed? The motion passes and the minutes are accepted. Our next item is election appointments and confirmations. First item is Resolution 240405 is a resolution appointing members to the Washington County Board of Equalization. This is a commission appointment. The mayor has brought forth some recommendations. I've helped him with some of those. We will continue to open the floor this evening for any further recommendations to be considered. Yeah. Motion to approve the resolution 240405 by Commissioner Tmeda. We have a second. Second by Commissioner Wexler. All in favor of that motion to approve the resolution signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
I guess
Motion-
I will abstain.
Are you on that list?
No, that's my father, and I hate it.
I tell you, we appreciate him serving. We sure do. I mean, it's been a,
He may thank me later.
it's been a real challenge finding people. Mayor, I appreciate you doing so much work to work that out. We really do. And you did a lot. Our next resolution is Resolution 240406 is a resolution naming the county appointee to the Tax Increment Fund Advisory Board of the Johnson City Development Authority. Ms. Wilkinson?
I just wanted to, for the benefit of the county clerk, we've still got Commissioner Fitzgerald on the board, and the last vote was 14 with 1 absent. Thank you.
Thank you. So like the other one, I had a question today. Did we appoint that? I said, no, it went to a committee. So we will also open the floor for anybody else that would like to seek a nomination on this appointment to the Tax Increment Fund Advisory Board. Commissioner Wexler?
I'd like to nominate Commissioner Tmeda.
Do you accept that, Commissioner Tmeda?
Yes.
Commissioner Carter? Right, it doesn't require a second. All right, so we have 2 names in nomination for this.
There's 2 names.
Yes,
How does the commission consider the citizen application that came in for this position?
as a recommendation from the committee,
No, it can't.
as a nomination.
With no recommendation, but needs to take nominations from the floor.
I think, going back to Rule 10, Ms. Wilkinson, would you help clarify that just a little bit?
I'm happy to. When this went to CIA, the committee referred it to the full commission with no recommendation. And in response to Commissioner Jones' question, I would say that a commissioner could nominate a citizen.
Okay. Well, I would nominate the applicant to the position. You all may recall that this position was open 2 months ago when we met. And we have already got 2 county commissioners serving on that committee advisory board. And it was my interest that we have a citizen representative on the board. Just trying to pull my thoughts together here. And I, at that time, offered, and I'll offer again, my seat if Commissioner Carter or Commissioner Tmeda seem like a good candidate to any of you. I would prefer to have a citizen candidate or citizen board member and 2 county commissioners. That advisory board is very heavy elected officials right now. There are a couple of city commissioners on there, a couple of JCBA members, really no citizen at large serves on that advisory board. And I just think that it would be, you know, we should have citizens serving on advisory boards and committees in our community. and not just people who are already on other elected boards and in elected positions. So I'm just, again, stating my desire to be a citizen on that board. I'm willing to resign my seat so that we could consider another commissioner if that is the will of this body. That position was advertised for 4 weeks. I know that I worked with Mary Ellen on making sure the word got out, and the JCBA also advertised. So it was very well publicized. I think the problem, why we only got one applicant, which is Sylvan Green spoke earlier, is that people don't know what the TIF advisory board is, so they didn't apply for it. I mean, that's my guess. It's just because like look at something that people know, like a library board, it's obvious, right? So I'm not sure why we didn't get a lot of other applicants. I know we tried. And I would just say that Mr. Rooney does come to all of our meetings. He has for years. He's been a resident of the city for 6 years and would bring, I think, a really great citizen perspective to that advisory board.
All right, Commissioner Wexler?
How many people do we have nominated so far?
We have two. We have Commissioner Tabita, and then we have Mr. Bruni that was nominated by Commissioner Jones.
So I just want to make sure, as you mentioned that Ben was not.
I got confused. I thought that was.
No, Ben was the second on the
Sorry.
on the nomination. He withdrew his motion. So we do have two. We have one position to fill. Commissioner Wheeler?
I guess maybe a question to all the commissioners, particularly Commissioner Lee, that would that be acceptable? I'm thinking that perhaps a motion to waive any rules regarding publication of the vacancy and put your vote on.
My personal preference is that that's not an issue that would warrant suspending. We have a question in front of us. Let's what we can do. So. Back to my original statement, anything we can do, undo or redo. I don't think that's wise to
I just, are you talking about, I don't understand. I don't think we have but one opening. Is that not correct?
Then the offer of presentation.
There's one opening.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
You stepping up of TIF or TIF advisory? Both.
It's one committee. It's one advisory board. So that's what I would be willing to resign my seat on that board if you all wanted to have one commissioner who's going to serve and a citizen apply for the position. We knew about it because we're all in meetings and I was talking about.
Commissioner Johnson.
I feel like I'm not sure, but I feel like we're talking about this largest here. We're voting to fill a seat. We have two names. We vote on them and then maybe look at what different Commissioner Jones.
That's fine.
Commissioner Malone, did you request?
Well, I was sitting here trying to remember if Commissioner Jones is an appointee of this body or the Johnson City Development Authority, and I'm not sure the answer to that question. If she's an appointee by the county commission, then I think perhaps if she wanted to resign her seat, she could do so and let this body fill her seat. She's an appointee of the Johnson City Development Authority. I think matter
should be handled differently.
I think I have a question. Mr. Jones, you're on the JCDA, right?
Yes.
And you're on the TIF advisory
That's right.
board as well. Ms. Wilkinson, help us here just a little bit.
I don't have all the documents with me off the top of my head. My recollection is that Commissioner Malone was appointed by the JCDA to serve on the TIF advisory board, and that the county commission appointed Commissioner Jones to serve on the TIF advisory board. Each of your appointments to the JCDA generally, I think, expire in June of this year. Does that seem right? Okay. So this is an additional appointment of the Washington County Board of County Commissioners to the TIF advisory board. That's a committee of the JCDA.
If Commissioner Jones resigns tonight, we would have to amend the agenda to come back and fill the second position, since we do have proper notice to fill a position.
Or if that expires in June, we still have to refill it in June, no matter what. Is that?
Yes.
The appointment is actually to the JCDA. I don't know the expiration dates of the appointments, all of the appointments. This vacancy has been outstanding for some time. This particular vacancy has been open for some time. And I think the commission asked the JCDA, what its view was and what the bylaws state, so that we could have that representation on the TIF advisory board.
So
You can be on the TIF advisory board without being on the development authority. Two separate. Make sure we.
Yeah, it's two.
And how long would this,
one seat that we've advertised.
how long would the appointment be for?
The bylaws were silent as to the term of the appointment, and so I reached out to the JCDA and said that we would have the appointment run through the end of the term of this commission. And they're still working on their bylaws to tighten that up. So it's as stated in the resolution, which is August 30th, 2026.
All right, so we have two nominations, Mr. Rooney and Mr. Tomita. Is there any further nominations? Seeing none? Oh. We will close the floor. And Madam Clerk will call the roll and record your vote, whether it's Mr. Rooney or Commissioner Tomita.
Sucker. Johnson.
Later.
Fitzgerald. Edens.
Tomita.
Davenport.
Tomita.
Matterly.
Tomita.
England.
Tomita.
Malone.
Commissioner Tomita.
Williams. Tomita.
Tomita.
Jones. Ruby. Wexler.
Commissioner Tomita.
Hawthorne.
Tomita.
Wheeler.
Commissioner Tomita.
Carter.
Tomita.
Right.
Tomita, one for.
All right, Commissioner Tomita received the majority of the votes. And thank you both for your willingness to serve. And we really appreciate having people that are interested in serving. And thank you both. All right, the We'll move right on to the county mayor's report. Mayor Grandy. Is any questions for the mayor? Seeing no questions, we'll move on to the county attorney's report. Ms. Wilkinson.
No, sir, I did not prepare a report for you. I know you have a number of, important resolutions. If you have any questions. Address. Thank you.
All right. Director of the Health Department, Director Butterfield. Report. So we have reached the 2-hour mark. If we'll take a 10-minute recess and continue to keep commissioners. Stand in recess for 10 minutes. All right, we'll go ahead and get started back. I appreciate the break. Just a minute. We'll go ahead and get started on our Director of Schools report. Director Boyd. She'll come on up to the podium.
Good evening. I was encouraged to be brief, so I will. You have my written report, and the highlights of that, is highlighting that the board approved post-budget. Next step is talking with the commission budget committee, and that's scheduled for Thursday morning. So look forward to that conversation. If there's any questions, I certainly will entertain those and address them if I can. If not, I will be brief and I'll sit down.
Commissioner Tucker.
Studies are they still on schedule?
Yes, sir, they are. The main timeline that we needed to hit was, of course, the manufacturing of the bleachers, and they're still on time, and we expect their delivery to start installing. The footers they've been poured in the Daniel Boone site. We're still working to get that completed at the Crockett site, but everything's on the timeline, is on schedule.
Thank you very much.
What time are you talking about they remove the poles upon the lights?
Yes, sir.
Behind. Is that still the plan or?
Yes, sir. Right now, if you do happen to drive by Daniel Boone, where they have, further along in the footers, they've actually put the footers for the pole, the new light poles, they're actually behind where the stadium will be. Yes, sir.
Director Boyd, one thing, we appreciate you working with the town of Jonesboro, working through some issues and putting some hard work in. Thank you so much for that.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Keep on.
We appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
All right, the Administrative Elections Report. Director Jones is here with us.
What are you calling them?
I too am going to keep it very brief tonight. You get our administrator's report in your packet. You also have the breakdown of numbers from the March election in your packet. We did break it down by your commission districts too, so you can see how you individually performed. I dropped off a copy of the election budget on your desk tonight. We'll be here Thursday night to answer to it if you have any questions. I just wanted you to have time to see what the election commission approved and have time to look over it. We are 100 days as of tomorrow out from the August election, so we are very busy in my office, and we are really appreciative for Princeton Arts Center to work out of. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. If not, I will sit down so you guys can hopefully get out of here sooner.
All right, thank you. So any questions for Administrator Jones? All right, thank you so much. Our Beer Board Committee report, Commissioner Malone.
Minutes are on page 58. I'd be glad to answer your questions.
All right, seeing no questions, we'll move right on to the CIA Committee report. Commissioner England.
Yes, you'll find the minutes to our April 4th meeting on page 59 in your packet. We have one resolution. 67, resolution number 2447. Resolution to levy a county hotel tax and to levy a short-term rental tax. Resolution comes to you.
Motion made to approve the resolution by Commissioner England, seconded by Commissioner Huffine. Have any questions or discussion? Yes, Commissioner Wexler?
We have Alicia Phelps from NETA here tonight that can probably answer any questions that you may have about this tax if you have it. I think she has a handout too.
Okay, Alicia, if you would like to come forward, please. Brenda? You can come on up.
Good evening. My name is Alicia Phelps. I am with Northeast Tennessee Tourism. I do have our partner cities here, Cameo Waters with Historic Jonesboro and Brenda Whitson with Visit Johnson City, and they are handing out the mentioned handout. I also have some slides real quick that can accompany those, utilizing your destination marketing experts in us three and what a true regional marketing plan would look like. Thank you. It's great to be back. I appreciate your time. It's a really exciting time for the tourism industry as well as Washington County. Some of you all may be familiar with Northeast Tennessee Tourism, as I did present our normal nonprofit budget request last Monday to the Budget Committee. Tonight, I'm here to give you a brief overview of what a true regional marketing plan would look like as you do consider the lodging tax for the county. And slide, please. Building upon existing initiatives and implementing a fully integrated campaign, this destination marketing plan establishes a unified brand voice for the county. This approach seeks to drive sustainable tourism growth, reflected in increased overnight stays and sales tax revenue. Furthermore, this plan also aims to maximize your return on investment. Next slide, please. We'll quickly go over this plan through through a small advisory group comprised of tourism offices, representatives from the commission and the local community with a vested interest in destination growth. We would love to work together to advise and support the development and implementation of effective tourism marketing strategies. Marketing strategies would revolve around brand awareness, repetition, dominating key markets, segments, and demographics to ensure that this area continues to grow as a known and desired destination. Another important factor includes development. If you build it, they will come. Let's thoughtfully cultivate a thriving tourism industry through a multifaceted growth strategy that involves a history heritage trail, perhaps even a marquee music event, targeted business recruitment alongside cohesive destination marketing and branding. Next slide. I promise there's only one more after this. What does a solid marketing plan look like for the county? There are already some amazing initiatives and programs out there, including what Northeast Tennessee Tourism executes, as well as our friends in Visit Johnson City and Historic Jonesboro. So let's build on what we are doing and make them stronger, cohesive, blended together. You have an amazing story to tell here. Let's curate content on what sets the area apart, like Boones Creek Opry, hands-on and Gray Fossil Site, storytelling, Johnson City's food scene, outdoor exploration, history and heritage that's waiting to be shared. In order to tell that story, you're going to need fresh photography, video, digital assets, drone footage. This area does not need a filter per se to make it shine. Of course, digital and social media you do see in that mix are the most effective in reaching audiences. And here's where we really hone in on target markets and sectors that we see big results from, like Nashville, Orlando, Dallas, Chicago, DC Metro. We can also identify emerging markets like cities in California, Oregon, Kentucky, and Canada. and is not dead. In fact, most destination organizations are spending around 31% of their budgets here. So we can look at national publications and in-flight magazines, in particular with Allegiant Air. One of my favorite outlets that Northeast Tennessee Tourism and the majority of our partners just simply do not have the budget to advertise in is broadcast streaming services. So imagine seeing our area during your favorite series or movie, hearing our music heritage, chicken frying, crackle of the bonfire, or wind through the trees the next time you listen to your favorite music. Moving to the next slide, quickly, here are some examples of successful campaigns utilizing lodging taxes. First up, Visit Johnson City was really successful with Bright Zoo Giraffe and their Southern Dozen rides. More than 7.6 million people reached, 65,000 clicks. A regional campaign highlighting things to do in Jonesboro and Northeast Tennessee reached 2.5 million people. Target demographic ages 25 to 34. And our recently released Tennessee Night Sky Trail and the Bootleggers and Burnouts Trail that Northeast Tennessee Tourism has put together, both produced and promoted with less than $1,500, had a reach of 6.5 million across the nation since December. Outside our area examples, Alabama Mountain Lakes, an area much smaller than here, utilize their lodging taxes through local tourism organizations. I've included QR codes should you want to find out more. They've seen a 21% increase in tax revenue. Greenville, South Carolina, they recognize tourism as an economic driver around 2010, and through their local tourism office, $35 million in tax revenue last year. Asheville, they've been at it since the 70s. Their lodging taxes through the Tourism Authority execute $40 million annually, marketing Asheville as an internationally known destination. Moving on to the measurement final here. Here's what we can predict after 1 year, a 20% increase in awareness with the right plan and the committee in place, a very conservative 8% increase in visitor spending, and you're currently seeing a 20-to-1 return. So for every $1 you spend, you get 20 back from visitors, and that is according to Tennessee Tourism and the Tennessee Department of Revenue. Some of the areas that I mentioned previously, they're seeing $110 for every $1 they spend on their marketing. So that's achievable, my friends. I hope to be brief. What I want to present and what we have put together is just scratching the surface of what we can do together. Responsible use of these dollars with a cohesive approach will guarantee an increase in visitor spending across all sectors, encouraging overnight travel as our goal through effective promotion and development of experiences. Sustainable growth, higher quality of place for our residents. We are here to work with you, set the example, and be the leader in Northeast Tennessee with your dollars. Thank you.
Thank you.
They may have some questions.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great job.
Thank you again.
I've got some questions, but it doesn't matter who's answered.
You just start asking and we'll start finding you some answers.
Right, so where the resolution says 1% hotel motel, 3% hotel motel, and 4% short-term rental. We need to know what a short-term rental is. Right, I mean, people that pay a monthly rent aren't want to be short-term rentals. So a short-term rental.
Mayor, can you help us on the short-term rental, what the definition of that is? Why don't you come back on?
Yeah.
Why don't you come back on up here in just a minute?
Short-term rental is considered less than 30 consecutive days.
Okay. And I mentioned I didn't be able to think about it, but when if I owned a Airbnb or something, I'm gonna be a short-term rental. Who's going to tax?
The platform would tax you. If you were operating yourself, you would then be responsible. The county would need to set forth some instructions on, you know, what that would look like. They would need to report their taxes, et cetera, every month and pay those. But if you're on a platform such as Airbnb and VRBO, they collect those taxes for you and they remit them back to the county.
Does the county, does the county have somebody in place that take care of that? I don't know. Or will we have to hire somebody?
No, I'm sorry, Clark.
Chairman,
Yes, Ms. Wilkinson.
a hotel motel tax is collected by the county clerk. That's included within the resolution. As best I can tell, the Department of Revenue still collects these short-term rentals. So then that flows back to the county. So they are separate.
But the hotel motel would be collected by the clerk.
Yes, sir. And yes, sir. And we would, I think the next step would be to be sure that we had a policy in place about how that is collected, and that does not exist at this time.
I've still got more. All right, so Amio, Jonesboro, Brandon, Johnson City, Glacier, your.
The region.
8
Yes.
counties.
Yes.
So we want to make sure that Washington County's tax on.
Say.
Just.
Yes.
I guess that's not going to be a problem.
Absolutely not.
And so, and it's fresh on our mind because we had the special appropriations budget meeting on Tuesday. And then we had a couple of tourism that were getting special appropriations. My thought would be is if we're getting this revenue, that should set aside. They will no longer be coming.
Really just one, that's, now, for $10,000, the county contributed to tourism.
And I would just like to make sure that everybody knows this is pretty common path. All the county, the. At 5%.
Commissioner Wheeler?
I guess this may be a question for the mayor. When I first started hearing about this, I was hearing that talk of this being utilized for promoting flights into Tri-Cities. Is that gone by the wayside, or is that still part of this plan?
Okay, the thought, we haven't really developed it, the thought is to, have the advisory board, and we will make the decision about how it's going to be utilized. I'll say that, Sullivan County is, it used to be just planned a little over a year ago, they're now spending money about $6,000 more or less. They're just beginning to think about how to distribute that, how do you utilize it. I think we're also we have the firm to know. So one of the things we hear from the airport, we have 2 representatives from the authority with us tonight, is that we have fewer flights from there than say Nashville, across the mountains, similar destinations that they've not been promoted. I think at least maybe your presentation, you said they started back in the 70s promoting the people. So they have created across the country destination apps. So that isn't something obviously that will happen overnight. But if we are able to make that something here, then that definitely will be
more essential opportunity to get it out of our. You're really about promoting ourselves. You know, that probably happens automatically. The airport is not able to market itself particularly and relies on others to do that. And so we wouldn't be able to learn promotion, utilize the somewhere else.
So with this resolution, they're going to set up that group, that would come later.
We have plenty of work to do. So,
Thank you.
Commissioner Malone?
Well, Commissioner Wheeler may have just touched on, I guess, my question. First, as a thank you to our tourism professionals for this information and so related to Commissioner Wheeler's last point, I was just curious, the resolution references the budget committee and then the full commission, but Mayor, I think your proposal recommended an advisory committee. I think the mayor just referenced it. Would the full commission set that advisory committee? Well, do you have any idea of how that might work?
full commission is something about it.
Thank you.
Commissioner Jones?
I had the same question, and does that happen in like CIA committee, or does that happen in the full commission meeting, or where does that happen? How does the full commission?
What happened? Rick? Guess there's a lot of answers to that question, Commissioner Jones. Commissioner Wexler?
And that's one thing I was gonna talk or suggest, is maybe that the CIA committee could put together an advisory group to manage the process of distributing, putting together the advisory group of professionals in the area to manage the funds. Make recommendations for the commission.
That helps a lot.
And probably have one commissioner.
Yeah, and it's money that's spent only on promoting Washington County, which Jonesboro and Johnson City and the airport are all part of it.
And so the second part of that helps a lot, just to know that there's a specific starting point for that. The other question was that I think maybe, Ms. Wilkinson just mentioned that the policy for how to collect those doesn't exist. Is that who writes that policy, or does that go into the clerk's office for development, or who picks that off?
Well, I think we would, again, I think in that resolution, it says, it references the budget committee's oversight.
So the budget committee might be who sets that policy in place around the collection of those dollars.
Ms. Wilkins, if I'm not mistaken, that policy would have to come back to the commission, would it not?
The commission is the policy-making body, and Commissioner, Chairman Napoli is correct. With respect to the budget committee oversight, that is section 6 of the resolution. The Director of Accounts and Budgets has a role in creating a control account. But since the county clerk is, an elected official, section 4 references that she is charged with the duty of collecting the hotel motel tax. So I think that would be the starting place, that because it's a policy within the county clerk's office, that I would work with her to develop that. It would come through the commission so that you could see it, and that would be specific to her role of collecting the tax pursuant to TCA 67-1405. Everybody has a different role. That's my point with that.
Mr. Wexler?
Do we know if taxes are being collected on short-term rentals in the county or in Washington County? So this is a, so this is the new tax. This would be motels and hotels are currently getting taxed small rate. But this would be a tax on basically Airbnbs, VRBOs, that.
Within the county limits, no hotel, motel, campground, or short-term rental is currently taxed. In Johnson City, city limits, yes. In Jonesboro city limits, yes.
That's the reason for the differences.
So this tax would be on Johnson City hotels though, correct?
But
It's expensive.
It takes it to the
Yeah, I just want to make that clear that it wasn't just Johnson City or Washington County.
But the money would be used to promote Washington County, not just for tourism, but to promote Washington County for all to do business, to come here, live here, do business here, eat here. $40 million is spent in Buncombe County and Asheville, and people are always asking me, why aren't we getting air flights? We're not spending, you know, not that we need to, but
Mr. Chairman, if I may, just for Commissioner Wexler's
Yes,
benefit,
please.
there is a limitation on the use of the funds, and that is why there are different roles. So with the Budget Committee having that role, they are looking to make sure that the appropriations are consistent with Tennessee law, because there is a restriction. So if, for example, your example, some of those may be outside of what is deemed tourism under Tennessee law with respect to the hotel tax.
It's limited tourism, but it's secondary effect is certainly for that.
yes, and that's why I'm sorry for misspeaking.
All right, we do have a motion and second for consideration of this resolution. Is there any further discussion or question?
Thank you.
Question's been called. Madam Clerk, if you'll switch us to the voting screen, please. Go ahead and cast your vote and lock it in. Madam Clerk, if you'll announce the vote. 13 yes, 1 no, 1 absent, and the resolution passes. Anything else, Commissioner England?
That's all I have.
Thank you for your report. Next item is a communication task force, Commissioner Huffine.
Yes, you will see the minutes from our April 4th meeting on page 70. Also enclosed is a presentation Mary Ellen Miller gave us that day, which recaps her work in the past year. If anyone has any questions related to that, we'd be glad to see that here tonight. So if not, that's the end of our report. Thank you.
I would just like to comment on the video that Mary Ellen was part of helping make for the mayor at the city, county, and town. We call it a luncheon, Mayor, luncheon. Yeah, it was really good. We had a lot of representation there, and I appreciate everybody that did come. But the video was absolutely terrific. Mary Ellen, thank you for your work on that. I know that you had help, and but you done a great job, and I appreciate you doing that, getting all that together. Sorry, Mr. Huffine, I had to throw that in there because it's a great video, and she did an awesome job.
Our mayor did a wonderful job.
He did. It was a very good program. I really liked it.
It wasn't bad either.
Yeah, I caught that comment she just made about fried chicken. You know, I remembered that from your presentation. All right, the County Owned Property Committee report, Commissioner Jones.
All right, thank you, Chairman.
you will see minutes from our special call meeting related to, the city building that we'll be discussing today. It was held on March 21st on page 81, and then, the minutes and attachments from our regular meeting on April 4th are on page 95. This committee has been working really hard, lots of extra meetings and very, very full meetings. What you'll see on the agenda for your consideration tonight are 3 items that are all related to each other. The only one that county-owned property discussed and sent to budget is item C, which is the approval of the purchase agreement. The other 2 items are, were developed by the budget committee, and I think for sake of good order, all 3 were placed in one spot on the agenda. So we will consider the authorization of the funds expenditure first in 2 different amounts. That's A and B, and then last, the approval of the purchase agreement. And my understanding is that that's the right way to do it, even though it's a little bit hard, because obviously, if we're talking about spending the money, we're also talking about whether we approve purchase. So, those are the 3 resolutions that we're talking about today. And I know Mayor Grandy has, and I just want to say that Mayor Grandy has done a great job of facilitating negotiations with this city building and thinking creatively about its potential for our county. And I've really appreciated that. It's been a lot of complex discussions, and then of course a compact timeline because we're trying to work with the seller. Does it make most sense to you, Mayor Grandy, to come on up and tell us about the project, and then we can bring these items up after we hear more and go through it that way?
So, I think we're here at this recommendation by the county-owned property as a result of a couple things. First, a need to relocate the Gray Library facility out of a substandard kind of operation into something a little more modern. And so, because of that, with the, at your request to put out an RFP for available space in the Gray area, surveyed a 2-mile radius. This was the facility that came back as available space, either for lease or purchase. And we began to look at the proposal for each of those. It began to make more sense maybe to just purchase the space rather than to lease it. And there's some pretty solid reasons for that that have been explored in committee, both in budget and county-owned property. I think we all can remember when we were looking to relocate the election commission into a facility in front of the detention center, that we learned pretty quick that construction costs in these days are pretty expensive. And so we were looking at less than a 10,000 square foot building there for close to $4 million. And when the purchase price came back for this facility at just a little over that amount for, like 7 times the amount of space, that's what the thought process sort of generated, that we ought to maybe consider purchasing this building. And so and the reason that these resolutions are in the order they are is that it doesn't matter if y'all were to vote to purchase the building if there's not a way to pay for it. So we move the payment options first, and so if all those move forward, then we have a plan to move forward. So this building represents about 180,000, a little more than 180,000 square feet of available space. As you know, the building was separated from a unit next to it in a PUD by the developer, and the neighbors are BCS, our lovable and favorite accounting firm local. So, I was tasked at County Owned Property to go back and study a few things and bring back a report. Among those were financial options. We looked at Tennessee Loan Program, local banks, USDA, et cetera. Space allocation for the unused space in that facility after the libraries. Make-ready cost, existing ground lease. There's this building, in addition to the 81,000 square feet of building space, and it's sitting on 7.2 acres of property in the heart of Gray. One of the criteria for the relocation of the library was that it would be a safer location in terms of getting in and out of the facility, which this accommodates. The ground lease that expands the 7.2 acres by another 2 acres that could or could not be part of this. Part of this second story part that we're looking at, about 6,000 square feet, has an existing lease with BCS, and then look at purchase options for the existing library. So the follow-up to the RFP for this building was a request for proposal for the purchase of our existing library in Gray, which yielded a high offer of a little over $1.5 million for somewhere slightly around 2 acres of land in the building. So all that assembled, then the request was, hey, what are some potential additional uses for that facility? So we're not going to move a 6,000 square foot library into an 81,000 square foot facility without thoughts of some other uses. And it didn't take long to have people step forward. And so what you're seeing here, we brought in a team from Thompson and Litton. Brian's here tonight. He can answer questions. He assembled this. And so what you see there is a representation of other people who've expressed an interest. So the top left-hand corner in the area that most of you all would think of is the kitchen area. Northeast State is looking to stand up a culinary program and express an interest, and they are very enthusiastic. I've talked to Dr. McCord on numerous occasions, and they're anxious to get in there and get started. The library is in the top right-hand corner in the green. There's the reason that blue is there is both Northeast State and the library have some interest in that space. So that's right now. No, this doesn't really depict the final use. I mean, it's really just a representation of space that has been identified as interest of other users, folks that would potentially rent space in that building. So the purple is First Tennessee Development District. Currently there in about 25,000 square feet of space in a round building was formerly General Shale on Roan Street. They're out of space, needing to expand, and have looked at options to add on to that building and feel like this accommodates their needs really much better. It's a little more central in the region. As you know, they're the municipal and county government coallators of 8 counties in Northeast Tennessee. So Gray provides them a good opportunity. And then there's a couple other potential uses. So if the Northeast Tennessee university would take the kitchen space, and the First Tennessee Development would be interested in taking the purple area, and if we could do that, although I think we probably would need to put it out in an RFP to be fair, that would generate revenue that would offset the cost of the purchase. So roughly $4.5 million would cost the county about $510,000 a year. Being paid back over 12 years. The lease space at $15 a foot, which is a number that, the commissioners threw out in COP that I've been looking at and using. It's a little slower than the market rate in gray, but it's, it's a rental, just using that number, that would generate $590,000 worth of revenue. So, were that space to be leased at that rate and we would purchase the building, and that's a conservative purchase number, that's using 5%. I think the last numbers we were looking at were 4.5%, but that would actually make it a cost neutral opportunity for the county, and then it would leave additional space to be used for other things. So that's a quick overview, and happy to clarify some of the stuff I've said or take other questions.
Commissioner Tucker?
These numbers you come up with, is that counting both resolutions, 5 million and 2 million?
Yeah, let me explain the separation of resolutions. Thank you for asking that. So the county-owned property suggested that we borrow up to $7 million, considering that we might need to go in there and do some renovations in order to accommodate these space demands. So Mitch went to the comptroller to see their recommendation. We have to have comptroller approval for any borrowing of significance. And they came back and said, hey, any borrowing over $5 million essentially just has to be bid out and essentially bonded, which runs the cost of borrowing up a lot. Their recommendation was just take it and split it into two borrowings and save the borrowing costs. So this was their recommendation. So we elected to choose an amount that would make the purchase. And then the secondary $2 million worth of potential borrowing could happen or not happen depending on how much renovation, if any, was required to get these people in. Does that answer the question?
So the numbers that you give us, the 510 for 12 years, 510 million.
That's
$10 or $5 million?
That's fine. Did not.
Mr. Wicks?
12 years.
Okay. Mr. Wicks?
So we sold the library or process. Where does that money?
Well, my thought would be that we would apply to any renovations or against us, but that's, it's not totally.
So would that reduce the payments or reduce the amount we would borrow?
It could, or we could use it for renovations instead of borrowing.
Is the library included in those renovations, Mayor?
Ask that again.
Sir?
Is the library renovations included in the $1.5 million? $1.5 million is the sale of the existing library.
Right. But would that money be used for library renovations here?
Okay, for Make Ready, it could be, although the library through the state has opportunities for grants that will remodel space and make available new space for them. So I think we would tap those grants first because there's no cost to us on that.
I think though the reality is the county will have to spend some money on renovating the library.
Renovating space in the building for the library. I think
yes.
so. I think you would want it separate from the rest of it. Yeah.
All right. Commissioner Huffine, I'm sorry I skipped line.
No. Anytime, sir. Anytime. So the reality, if I'm hearing you correctly, the 2 million is sort of a safety net. We may not have to borrow that. We could potentially use this 1.5 to proceed sale first.
Yep.
You said it's cost neutral, and you could actually say that it's revenue positive because we're putting the library in there, and that could cost us $15 a square foot to rent. So we're getting that library space.
That's for free. Yeah, and then, and the other county utilization of it would be up to.
So if this does come to fruition, how do we handle maintenance on the facility? Who's in charge of that, and who handles the lease negotiation, execution, whatever construction, or basically facility management?
Well, that's a great question, and we haven't really gotten to that yet. Okay. So a county owned property would be probably the designated committee that would give that oversight. You know, who specifically would, we do fortunately have a maintenance person in the county who could oversee. The property has been managed on a P&M basis by Comfort Systems. So it's a big enough facility. It's going to probably take some outside help to oversee.
And I know it's maybe a difficult question, but with a couple of the people that show interest, what kind of term of lease is that? 10 years, 20 years?
Well, First Tennessee Development's here now. We haven't really gone into those discussions because, really, unless you have something to talk about, it's hard to do that. It just doesn't know.
Lease secure for the entire payback.
They don't want to move twice. Well, I think 12 years. I mean, typically leases are in 5-year lots, because the rates may change and but probably potentially we adjust that to CPI or something like that over time. So it may not be our best interest to go in a long-term lease or, at a fixed rate, but maybe it would be if that makes everyone more comfortable.
Or renewable at other.
Commissioner Malone?
We seem to be discussing, and I understand the reasons why it makes total sense. So we seem to be discussing all 3 resolutions collectively. I do want to disclose an item specific to resolution number 240409. And then I question myself, but I am not financially interested, nor do I have any personal beneficial interest in resolution 240409 specific to the county's potential purchase of the city building. But I do want to disclose that I have a business relationship with the seller. The seller is one of my clients. My employer has provided financing associated with the city building. And so, in light of that relationship, I don't want there to be any confusion. I don't want that to lead someone to believe that it affects my vote on this item before the commission this evening. Therefore, I want to disclose and make everyone aware of that relationship. And then, while my vote would be based on my independent and impartial analysis, I think it's a good opportunity. My decision today is to abstain from voting specifically on resolution 240409. With that out of the way, Mayor, I wanted to emphasize something you said earlier. If I misheard you, correct me, but this rendering is for conceptual purposes only. This is not intended to be a final floor plan of what might go into this building, correct?
It represents about 7 days worth of work.
So it is very preliminary. Do you know, from a preliminary standpoint, Richard and I were talking earlier, do you know how large the library space is that's just in green?
Just in green, 12.5.
12.5. And then with the blue, that probably adds another 2,500 over there.
Correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Jones?
Might need a little help here. Resolution, the third one, which is 240409, which authorizes purchase agreement, refers to a purchase agreement, but purchase agreement is not in our packet, right? So we, I think, received the purchase agreement by separate email. Is that right? Okay. And the only, well, I want to say two things. Since our county-owned property committee sat through some large, well-attended meetings, and I think the five of us received quite a few emails from the library. They do have an interest in about 15,000 square feet, and they have had some consultants and folks come to study that and look at the space and recommend that. And we do have all that in the attachments that you need to try to flew through because I've seen it before, but I would like the commission to know that, if you didn't know that. My understanding of libraries' needs in the future is for community space, community meetings, and there's been a number of people from the gray area express that that is a need in the gray area, so blue area, and I realize it's all just kind of a rough draft, but that's something to be looking toward. But as you said, Mayor, this is 7 days and, you know, we're trying to make a decision here and there's other potential uses and we don't really know what the cost of the make ready is for this space, how many more bathrooms we need and it's a big open space, so it's gonna need walls and stuff, right? One of the things that I had asked was whether the, I don't know, I want to call it a due diligence period, and just y'all correct me because I'm not a real estate person or a developer, so I'm still learning, but whether we could have some time after we sign the purchase agreement to do that sort of due diligence, including having architects spend a bit more time on the cost of the make ready and allow us to have a little bit more of a solid plan before close. And I
Yeah,
don't
so
think
we
that was
have
in the
this,
purchase agreement that we saw.
yeah, 45 days in there. So we have full rights on first refusal on this until May the 7th. And so if we chose to move forward, then after that date, and someone else could step in front of us. If we chose to move forward on or before that date, then the proposal would be we'd have a 45-day due diligence period. And one of the reasons that, and then we have a projected closing date of July 22nd. It was moved to that date because that allows us to take advantage of two things. One, an environmental survey that was done by Wingfield for the prior sale, and a survey that was done by Tysinger for the prior sale. Both of those are good for a warranty deed up to 6 months after they were conducted. And both Wingfield and Tysinger have agreed to provide a reliance letter to us, which saves us the cost of redoing all that. So that's the place. Now, would you get all of the components figured out, the leases signed, all that done in 45 days? I don't think that's reasonable. If that's the expectation, then I don't think that's something that's going to happen.
I was really just referring to having an architect get a better estimate on the price of make ready.
Yep, and so that's going to a little bit depend on who goes where. So some of those things we'll be able to get a little closer to. Now, we'll say that typically you would bill the cost of demising space and doing things for a tenant. We may do them up front, but then we would bill that cost into an amortization schedule that they would pay back. So at the end of the day, would not be expected to be a higher cost. Now, if we're gonna subdivide it for ourselves, for various county uses, that's different. The library is a county function. But they tell me at least, they do have grants available that would help offset some of that cost. So we can pursue that. I don't know that we'll have a definite number for you.
One more quick, Mayor. So
Commissioner Tucker.
$2 million I keep coming back to. So we have to approve all three together for the 5 million and the 2 million. But just as what I've seen, and you talking about the First Tennessee development, if they take a space, they're really, depends on how the contract, but they could be liable for their own build out, correct?
Well, that's typical. I mean, the leases that we have are that way.
I don't really, with the 1.5 million that the library sold for, you're saying libraries at Grantland, and look at, I don't really see a need for that 2 billion. But I mean, I think it's just a safety net. That's one thing I want to make sure when we vote this in, we're not just going to go ahead, I mean, we've already talked, but we can bypass that 2 billion if we want to, if we don't need it.
Yeah, and I think that's a good point. I think the comptroller really did us a favor in, just talking to us about how to divide this up. Because $2 million, if it's not required, obviously, we're not going to borrow it. And we'll use the available monies we have for grants and from the sale of the library. First would be, my thought, right?
So Mayor, going back to that question just a minute, I guess the library, we have to move the library somewhere.
We do not.
Huh?
We do not.
We don't have to move the library,
No,
but
we
we sold the building.
Well, yes, but the terms of the auction was at first, this commission has to approve the sale of it, and we have to have a place to relocate. So the high bidder on that property has that understanding. We could, take the $1.5 million and put the library in a tent somewhere.
Yeah, I guess that would be an option, but I'm just saying,
It's not going well.
we have to move it, I mean, we've got to renovate it. And I just want to make sure that, we're recognizing we have $1.5 million there. And I don't know about this commission, what their priority is. I'm only one member, but, getting the library moved in and them having enough money to move in and get them located, I think would be my priority. I'm not saying of $1.5 million, but to make sure they're there and settled. And I mean, that's really going to be your base spot there is what I would imagine. So
the terms with this potential purchaser of the existing building have been in contact with their attorney, and they're willing to close now and lease the space until the library's ready to move, or they're willing to put off the closing of the sale of it and let the library stay there as we move forward with this due diligence. Really, they're pretty flexible with that.
Commissioner Huffon?
Just one more question for a follow-up, Mr. Tucker there. Our resolution 240409 actually has the $7 million in it. I know that's just from a budgetary standpoint, but from the comptroller's office, we do not actually have possession of that $2 million in budget.
No, it only, from their perspective, if we borrow more than 5, then we have to do it in a way that would cost us a lot more money. So they're okay with combining the 2 and the 5, into.
Now, my question is, we don't have to secure the $2 million loan. That's what we need.
Right.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, may I address that for the Commissioner?
Yes, please.
Because when the resolution was originally drafted, of course, there needed to be a budget amendment so that there would be a spend line for that amount. And at that time, the Budget Committee had requested a $7 million spend. Working with the Director of Accounts and Budgets, we looked at the laws about sending out to bid, et cetera. And so the split between the 5 and the 2 was related to that. But the Director of Accounts and Budgets left the budget amendment in the purchase agreement resolution. I do think that he would probably appreciate that whatever the budget amendment reflects, whatever amount is borrowed, or it's consistent with the notes, and I'm looking across the room, because that might be an amendment that the commission would make in the event that both notes were not authorized. I think you would revise your budget amendment.
Come on up here, Commissioner. Come up here, Commissioner.
You have to have a better training job.
The budget amendment, if you read it, appropriates $7 million for the purchase, renovation, and upfit of the building. Okay, as Mayor Grandy said, we're not going to spend that amount. As this, for sake of expediency, you know, the budget committee wanted to have some flexibility there to do some things that in the building if we need to. If the mayor talked about building an upfit into somebody's rental rate, that's true, but you gotta have cash today to pay for it, okay? So that's kind of why it's structured the way it is. That, you know, we can't spend any of that $7 million for anything other than the building purchase or renovations or architectural stuff to make it ready, which is up to you all to change that.
So theoretically, if we approve this today, we would go, as soon as we sign the purchase agreement, to secure the $5 million.
Would be sending this off to the comptroller to get their approval on the capital outlay note, and then we would proceed to bid
The
it.
$2 million, we don't have to pursue that at this point.
Do that later.
Hopefully complete the 1.5 million first and then, okay. Let's make sure everyone understands what we're.
Yeah, my thought is we go look for the 5, take care of that, and then just months down the road, and we go back and forth.
Commissioner Williams?
All this open expansion development. See it. Closest to the library. Road.
Yes. Could be.
Reserve.
We could. What's represented here is what, essentially the library consultant that they have retained. That was their square. That's where they wanted to be in the building. That's the amount of space that they asked for. So that's why it's up there. It doesn't mean that's the way it's gonna look in the end, but that's what we tried to do here with Brian's help with Thompson is to just represent known opportunities, you know, and put them up there so that you can see that there is some interest in the space about how much of that building that interest would encompass. So if you wanna draw the line bigger or make it smaller, it's still a blank sheet of paper, even though we wanted to have something so that, I don't know about y'all, but I'm much more visual pictures than, trying to figure out a description.
I know the library had a pretty short term understanding that they were moving. And I don't know how much money they have to move with or how much they put aside to do that with. I guess that's some of the things I go back in my questions and renovations and how much they're going to be able to afford to do that with. I really want to ask Richard right now, how much money, Richard, are you anticipating that you have available for this move? But I'm not going to do that. I'm going to wait till next month. I don't know if we have a plan. I hate to keep going back and harping on this library thing, but I just want us all to understand that they may not have that money available to them, and they're gonna need that in the move. Commissioner Malone?
Well, to Commissioner Williams' point, and Mayor, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it is worth pointing out that there is significant additional acreage associated with the building. And that really there's kind of almost two sides or one and a half where you could expand, not internally necessarily, but you could expand outwardly if needed. For example, green space where the library is shown. On that corner, you could certainly expand the building out if the library needed additional space or more community space. You could do that at some point in the future. Obviously, there's an additional cost for that, but I think one of the great things about this opportunity is all the parking that it has, with the additional space for expansion, if and when it is needed in the future.
Mr. Jones?
Chairman, I realize I never read the resolutions for consideration, so if you, in proper order, would like me to initiate that, I'd be happy to do so.
Well, we don't have a motion in a second yet, do we? My screen has been gone for a while, so.
I haven't even read the motion,
Yeah, we're not even that far. But if you want to go ahead, Commissioner.
Sure.
And we'll get a motion in second on the floor anyway.
Sure. So the first resolution for your consideration is 24-408 resolution authorizing the issuance, sale, payment of general obligation capital outlay notes of Washington County, Tennessee, Series 22 4A in the aggregate principal amount is not to exceed $5 million. Find that on page 97. And that did not come out of county-owned property, but anyone who wants to make a motion.
Is that your motion, Commissioner? Did you make the motion to
Go
approve?
ahead and make a motion to move that one forward.
Okay. Motion to approve. We have a second. Second by Commissioner Tucker. The floor up for continued discussion. Or any further questions? Commissioner Davenport?
Yes, I've sat and thought about this ever since it come up. When it come up with the schools, we all went out with that. And, you know, then we entered in and looked at selling the library that's in grade. And I believe if you do the math, that building sold for about $265. I think the math on this building is it's a larger footprint, obviously, but it's like $60. I think if you went into both buildings and compared the quality of the building, the $60 book is in a lot better shape. I've been on the commission now for almost 10 years, and we have had several times, we've looked at a lot of different locations to purchase and to buy and to renovate, because we had old property sitting around that was costing us money to maintain. And I also heard before, and I think this is true, a lot of this is true. One thing when you're in office, all you can control going forward is debt. Because other commissions can come in and change things. And that's true until this comes up. I think this building will set our county forward in many years to come with flexible options to do different things. Yeah, I don't know what all those things are, and I'm not gonna pretend that I do. But I can do the math between $265 a square foot and $60 a square. And I also can recognize the condition and the availability to the building. I mean, making a left-hand turn out of the current library is very dangerous. I would never do it. I'm going right. And I'm not turning left coming in. And this place doesn't. So that's my thought process. And again, because all these resolutions are together. I mean, we've broken them down.
To me, they all go together. So that's the way I think about this whole project. Let that be.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yeah, I seem to think a little more simple than most people, but this purchase, to be honest, it doesn't sit well with me. I've had several calls of people with some tax reassessment, worries of their property taxes going up, and they're saying, why are we spending $7 million on film? I can relate to them. I really can, but on the other hand, I've spoken to several people, several men, most of them past leaders of Washington County. They everyone to say this is a great opportunity. And so for that reason, I'll just.
Call the question.
Question's been called. Madam Clerk, if you'll switch us to the voting screen, please. Go ahead and cast your vote and lock it in. Madam Clerk, if you'll announce the vote. 13 yes, 1 no, and 1 absent, and the resolution passes. Commissioner Jones?
Yeah, the next resolution is 240416, resolution authorizing the issuance, sale, and of general obligation capital outlay notes of Washington County, Tennessee, Series 2024, 2024B. Just realized that was the year, in the aggregate principal amount of not to exceed $2 million. Which is on page 106. Again, this did not come through county-owned property, so I can't bring it with a recommendation. I'll go ahead and make a motion.
Motion made to approve by Commissioner Jones. Seconded by Commissioner England to approve the resolution. Question or discussion? Commissioner Jones?
So Commissioner Huffine, you were clarifying that these funds don't need to be borrowed immediately and that we would borrow them later only if needed or something like that. That's how I was picking up on that. Does the commission authorize that or we are authorizing it? So whether those funds get borrowed at this point is out of our hands, is that right?
Mayor? That's correct, Commissioner.
But how and if those dollars were spent would have to come back to this commission, correct?
Well, just on renovation, I think I saw that.
Yeah.
Call the question.
Question's been called. Madam Clerk, switches to the voting screen, please. Go ahead and cast your vote and lock it in. Madam Clerk, if you'll announce the vote, 12 yes, 2 no, 1 absent, the resolution passes. Mr. Jones?
And lastly, consider resolution number 240409, resolution approving and authorizing a purchase agreement between Washington County, Tennessee and RBM Properties Group. The property described as lot 2 of map 012 parcel 065.00 and 012 parcel 062 in Johnson City, Tennessee, and amended fiscal year budget 2023-2024 regarding building purchase. Found on page 115. That comes for recommendations to county owned property, and I'll bring that forward in the form of a motion.
Motion made by Commissioner Jones. A second? Second by Commissioner Huffine to approve the resolution. Question or discussion? Commissioner Huffine?
Just sort of a follow-up to the previous, one request we make is just, as we move forward in this process, Mr. Mayor, your monthly report, keep us updated how everything's going. Greatly appreciate it.
Question's been called. Madam Clerk, switches to the voting screen, please. Go ahead and cast your vote and lock it in. Madam Clerk, if you announce the vote. 12 yes, 1 no, 1 abstained, and 1 absent. The resolution passes. Commissioner Jones?
That's my report, Chairman, unless there are any questions.
Oh, thank you very much. Next item is the Employee Compensation and Benefits Committee.
This weekend is when the Johnson City Library book sale is a huge success for making money for the Johnson City Library. So I even paid to become a Christian. Saturday, Johnson Day.
What time was that, Commissioner?
10 to 3 on Saturday. In the old Jones, the Jonesville, right? Meeting room. Going to the library because the books being rejected. But you can sure see the books. They would like to get for like $3 for a hardback, 2, 1 for papers. Some neighbor children and so there's some study. Books are still important to children.
Agreed. Speaking of children, our Employee Compensation and Benefits Committee met. Talked a lot about children there.
I thought you were saying the members were children.
No. But we had a good meeting, got a lot of things accomplished, I think, and hopefully be able to bring back something on retirement insurance next month. You'll find the minutes and attachments of the April 4th meeting on page 119 in your packet. If there's any questions, Mr. Huffine will be available to answer. All right, seeing no questions, we'll move right on. Public Safety Committee, Mr. Wheeler.
We find our minutes on page 145 of the packet, three resolutions. First resolution of 24-4-10, resolution ratifying the second safety training and professional development grant. We can set it to the same department of Commerce and Insurance and recommendation to the committee.
Motion made to approve by Commissioner Wheeler, seconded by Commissioner Huffine to approve the resolution. Question or discussion? Question's been called. Madam Clerk, if you'll switch us to the voting screen, please. Go ahead and cast your vote and lock it in. Madam Clerk, if you'll announce the vote. 14 yes, 1 absent. The resolution passes. Commissioner Wheeler?
Resolution found on page 184 of your packet, resolution number
24-4-11, resolution approving and authorizing the Flock camera agreement between Washington County and Flock Group Inc. This comes as a recommendation from the committee, and I move for its approval.
Motion made by Commissioner Wheeler, seconded by Commissioner Malone to approve the resolution.
Off the question.
Question's been called. Madam Clerk, if you'll switch us to the voting screen, please. Go ahead and cast your vote, lock it in. Madam Clerk, if you'll announce the vote, 14 yes, 1 absent, the resolution passes. Commissioner Wheeler?
Our next and last resolution found on page 191 of your packet, resolution 24-4-12, resolution increasing your budget 2023. The Sheriff's Department State inmate medical reimbursement.
Motion made by Commissioner Wheeler, seconded by Commissioner Wexler to approve the resolution. Question or discussion? Question's been called. Madam Clerk, if you'll switch us to the voting screen, go ahead and cast your vote and lock it in. Madam Clerk, if you'll announce the vote. 14 yes, 1 absent, and the resolution passes. Anything else, Commissioner Wheeler? One of the most disappointing things I've done today is the evening gets late. We missed the Health Education Welfare Committee. Commissioner Jones, there wasn't enough on here this month. And that's the problem.
We were still there for a while.
It usually has like 10 resolutions, you know?
It's okay with me. The minutes and attachments are on page 1.1. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
All right. Any questions for Commissioner Jones on any of you? All right. Continue moving on, and the Public Works Committee had no meeting, but you'll see the 2023 recycling report in your packet on page 193. The Water Task Force had no meeting, but the Budget Committee did meet. Commissioner England?
Yes, you'll find the minutes to our April 10th meeting on page 194 of the packet. We have one resolution. Resolution number 240413, resolution amending fiscal year budget 2023-2024 records for emergency management agency purchase 2024. 203. Resolution comes to you from the budget.
Motion made to approve by Commissioner England, seconded by Commissioner Edens to approve the resolution.
Call for question.
Question or discussion? The question's been called. Madam Clerk, if you'll switch the voting screen. Go ahead and cast your vote and lock it in. Madam Clerk, if you'll announce the vote. 14 yes, 1 absent, and the resolution passes. Anything else, Commissioner England? Thank you very much. Under old business, we have one resolution, number 240307, is a resolution approving and authorizing certain educational capital projects fund expenditures up to $500,400 annually for the Jonesboro facilities lease payment. That's on page 205. Do I have a motion to approve? Motion by Commissioner Tomita, seconded by Commissioner Malone to approve the resolution. Question, Commissioner Huffine?
Yeah, just one follow-up question. I know the last time in the committee vote, there was a lot of discussion about the agreement between the town of Jonesboro School Board on taking care of the property, so forth there. I just want to make sure that that's been resolved and everybody is comfortable with the agreement. Maybe Mr. Boyd could get some line on that.
Mayor, we're not gonna let you off either, Chuck. If you have.
So based on maintenance of the ground, the written agreement for the facility, and we had board provided some input and direction, and that proposal back to Mayor Beth and we to the law. The amount that we agreed on is enough perhaps your local agreements. It is specifically just for the ground piece of responsible for the Booth Creek project.
The Booth Creek property, including school and fields.
Yes, sir. But based on that responsibility, and you know, the ongoing conversation with Mayor Grandy around the other side of the agreement on maintaining, you know, the scheduling and maintenance of the complex. the other side of the conversation. And we're in the middle of two possible agreements to address the agreement between Washington County and Jonesboro. And then the third party, the board, but we've just addressed the maintenance of grounds, the mowing and care of grounds. And then there's the other side of scheduling and maintaining of the pump. that we are currently doing.
Of the maintaining of the ball fields was in the agreement, Johnson.
That's what, we don't have a schedule. We don't have a clear, and that's the only question I've had. We don't really have a clear scope of work. It does say maintenance of ground, external grounds. And that's open to different interpretations. But we, in our understanding, you know, the mowing, weed eating, care of the area around the school, and then around the athletic fields, that's certainly what we discussed with John. Inside the fences, there is maintenance of the grass. And then there's also another level of maintenance that our crew is involved in with the two football fields on maintaining the turf, which, you know, is not as extensive as grass. There are some special needs there. So, answer your question, that's what we understand maintenance of grounds. But there's also hardscape, sidewalks, there's things that have to be maintained clean, there's fencing, there's buildings, there's scheduling, and those other activities, and then there's also maintaining as far as during tournaments and all of those things. That's what I meant by the other part of the conversation.
Okay, fine, thank you.
Commissioner Huffine?
What's your understanding who's responsible for that other part, right?
Well, I mean, it's stated in the agreement to the county. You know, but the clarity of exactly what all of those things are, you know, outside of what I just said about our understanding of maintenance of the external ground. It's something we'll just have to clarify. Right now, our crew is prepared and currently addressing all of those in this very early season. We actually officially kicked off was April 2nd with the first softball and baseball games there. But there's a lot of work that our crews did to get it ready for that. And a lot of expenditure. Our crews, you know, made to get ready for that April 2nd. You know, that continues.
Right.
Mr. Chairman, may I just provide to the commissioner?
Yes.
The term that is being referenced here, there's one recital of what the county has responsibility for. And the county will have sole operating, management, and scheduling responsibilities for the Boones Creek properties unless otherwise agreed in writing. The sole reference to maintenance is the responsibility that the town assumed under the interlocal in paragraph 11. I just didn't want Director Boyd to be making representations on a contract. I'm sure his lawyer would rather that we just look at the words as written, and that would be beneficial to everyone if you're discussing the maintenance. As I understand it, the town has an interlocal, which was shared with me today in draft, that the school is assuming those responsibilities that the town has under paragraph 11. That hasn't been finalized. Counsel for the school board, Mr. Bennett, did have some additional terms to bring out there, and I feel like I know everybody would welcome knowing that that's under discussion.
I'm just speaking from my understanding.
My questions may have pushed you. Right.
That's okay. I will let the attorneys, all three of them.
Commissioner Tucker?
How long you plan on taking care of the maintenance until Jonesboro steps in? I mean, I guess you're not gonna let it grow up and be high. So what's the plan for them to?
Well, I mean, right now,
Costs you money to maintain.
I mean, our agreement at this point is, we had a discussion earlier, you know, the date of through December, 24 was I guess you would call it, quote, gentleman's agreement. as we work through the details of formalizing and writing. We knew we had to get, the season for the school team in the beginning, and then also we're gearing up for the tournament season that we do every year with the other two complexes that we run. And this would be looped into that. So to answer your question, I mean, right now, my direction to our team, to our ground team, is they're taking care of that facility.
My question is, did we pay Jonesboro to take care of it? I mean, did they get a payment to do this and then school board, I'm just asking, is that what's going on right here? He said he's gonna take care of it till December, but he's got a whole year of maintaining that. But didn't we cut a check loose to Jonesboro to do that?
Well, I guess that we're really trying to work that out right now.
If I may, essentially what happens is that you are correct, but then Jonesboro's turned around and they've hired the school system to do the maintenance for them.
But did Jonesboro pay the school system?
Well, they have it, yeah. But
That's the contract that was finally drafted, and that's what we're working on. Actually, that would actually, the intent of that would be, would extend beyond December 2024. As I mentioned earlier, we have, to work out an agreement with Jonesboro, as we would assume those responsibilities for payment to do the Boone Creek part of the larger agreement. And then that includes also the operations of that company.
theoretically, Jonesboro could have engaged XYZ company to do it, but in this instance, they've engaged county school system.
Yes, sir. We're the contractor. That part of the agreement. Or we could be if everything gets fine.
Just to make sure we're paying twice.
Mayor, did we ever, while we're talking about this and getting everything wrapped up, did we ever go back and come up with a date as far as January or March or on the Jonesboro payment on this facilities agreement?
I guess our first payment in March. Second payment in April.
So there is some discretion on it, or different views on that, when that should have been paid. Is that correct? This won't fix that, is what I'm asking. Will it or will it not? Okay. I guess that'll be the next month's job. All right. Well, just so long as everybody is aware that that's going on. There's a lot of twists and turns to this all these agreements. So thank you very much. All right. So we do have this resolution in front of us, 2403. We've got a motion, a second.
Somebody's requesting to speak.
Well, I am so sorry, Commissioner Jones. I have failed you again.
I think she would trip.
You made it.
He was just waiting for you to withdraw it, so he can call the question. Commissioner Jones.
When we met last time, then in Hugh, we spoke about the task force that would be created around this whole project. And I think I remember you and Ms. Wilkinson saying that those positions were advertised for our usual process. Is that something we need to put on next month? Where are we?
We did advertise those, and I think Ms. Wilkins sent the facilities lease description of the position to you today. Did I not see that? Ms.
Yes,
Wilkins?
sir, it was posted, Sherry posted it, and it was
Yes.
worded to reflect the wording from the facilities agreement describing what the.
And that was publicly advertised, so we could have applications for the.
This upcoming Hugh meeting, I would hope,
Okay.
for our May meeting.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Hopefully we will have some applications. I know, I've had a few inquiries. Thank you. The question has been called. Madam Clerk, if you'll take us to the voting screen, go ahead and cast your vote and lock it in. Madam Clerk, if you'll announce the vote, 14 yes, one absent, and the resolution passes. Our next item is always controversial. The notaries, resolution 240414 is resolution approving the election of notaries public for appointment or reappointment for Washington County. I do have a motion. Motion made by Commissioner Malone, second by Commissioner Wexler to approve the resolution.
I already got it, they already called me out.
Question's been called. Madam Clerk, your switches to the voting screen, please. Go ahead and cast your vote and lock it in. Madam Clerk, if you announce the vote, 14 yes, one absent, and the resolution passes. We do have a couple of announcements. Oh, we have new business, that's right. We do this resolution each year to request unclaimed balance of accounts committed claimed property act. Thank you, Sherry, for doing this and reminding me to do it. That's resolution 240415. Commissioner Tamita, is it a motion to approve? Second by Commissioner Wexler. Mr. Jones, call the question. All right. Madam Clerk, if you'll switch us to the voting screen, please. Madam Clerk, if you'll announce the vote, 14 yes, one absent, and the resolution passes. Cutoff date for the next month's county commission agenda is May the 9th at 12:24 at 12 noon. Remember this week, Thursday, we have a special call county commission meeting right here at 6 o'clock. Talk about budgets for the elected officials. Anything else I forgot, Sherry, to announce?
I have not gotten anyone. No reservation. I couldn't get reservations at the park Vincent. Reservation. Nobody wanted to go.
Yes.
Somebody gets to say I am.
So now they've cut off the mic. I guess that means the meeting is now over.
Move to adjourn.
Thank you. Yes. Motion adjourned by Commissioner Peter, second by Commissioner, all in favor of adjourn, 65% out.
I'm gonna start calling you.